Morning, everyone. I'd just like to welcome everyone to the special session of council for January 26, 2023 here at Town Hall. Just so everyone knows, we've got some matters in closed session that we'd like to deal with first. So I'll call the meeting to order and I'll look for a motion to go into closed session. We've got a recommendation that council resolve itself into closed session in order to discuss matters related to labor relations, section 239 2D of the Municipal Act. Moved by Councillor Hicks, seconded by Councillor Pennell. Any comments and questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, and we'll see you shortly. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Just like to welcome everyone to the special session of council for the town of Greater Napanee, the 26th day of January 2023. We're going to call the meeting to order, and we've just come out of closed session, so we'll look for a motion with respect to the rise and report in session. We have a recommendation that council rise and report from closed session, and further that all recommendations made within closed session be hereby adopted. Moved by Councilor Pennell, seconded by Councilor Shank. What I will do is I will report with respect to the rise and report that in closed session, council received information regarding 3 matters related to labor relations and gave directions to staff. And I apologize for those that are watching in Zoom land that we're now at the lunch period time. And I think in order to keep this afternoon's budget meeting flowing fairly well, I think what we'll do is we'll take our lunch period now. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. So for everybody that's watching from outside of council chambers, thank you and I appreciate your patience, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We're back at the special session of council for the 26th of January, 2023. We'll now move on to our budget deliberations. First on the list is we'll look for a motion for the adoption of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Fennell, seconded by Councillor Hicks. Questions, concerns? All in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, items for discussion, the 2023 draft budget presentation. And I think will Paul start or John will start? Yep, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pinson. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. What I'm going to do is I'll blast through 5 or 6 slides to sort of orient council in terms of where we are and where we're going. So if we get to the second slide, we had our initial brief on December 20th, really an overview for a new council in terms of municipal finances, where we were. What we heard there was a general desire to dig a little bit deeper into the numbers and see how some of the summary numbers were rolled up. And then we had a preliminary discussion around what we are referring to some of the issues that require resolution. So if you jump to the next slide, the budget meeting of January 26th, where we are today, what I'd like to do is reiterate some of those things that we would like to get clear direction on as staff, so we can start putting some numbers around that stuff. So we'll dig into some of the line item details around operating fund. Closed session was a little long this morning, so I'm not sure if we're going to get to capital, but we will try and figure out where that natural break is and at least get operations and maintenance well fleshed out. So really what we want to get to today is, in terms of an outcome from today's presentation, is clear direction on next steps and a common understanding between staff and council in terms of where we are currently. Just quickly iterate some of the things that we heard, and this is important to set the stage so we can start putting numbers there. I think everybody understands, especially with the move to 99 advance, that we need to rationalize our buildings, holdings, or infrastructure. And that we require direction on sales. Ideally, what staff is looking to do is you say go, we're going to start putting for sale signs up on buildings. We understand the building we're sitting in terms of town hall is now vacant, the main floor. There requires some work on the inside, outside. We're looking for some guidance, both from a short-term perspective of what we could do with this building to facilitate some downtown core work, and then what long-term rehabilitation, potentially looking at grants and things like that look like for the outside as that blends into our downtown core. We're going to talk a little bit about software. I know that, we started big with enterprise resource planning systems, and I think we've come back to, there's some pieces that we need, but probably not as big as what we started with. There's a bunch of stuff in here that talks about the downtown. I know we have a scheduled meeting on the 31st, which talks about specific stuff around the downtown core, but we are going to inject some stuff into this meeting because I think it's important to understand what you want to do with the downtown core could have an impact in terms of general versus special area levies. We also heard, and we didn't hear any feedback that would put us against the issue of elimination of the bag tags, at least the first bag tag. So what you would get is your first bag tag for waste disposal would be built into your tax. So $3 times 52 weeks would be put onto the tax levy. And then we would figure out, for example, when do we start this? Because obviously there's a communication issue that would come with this and implementation, what people do with current bag tags, et cetera, et cetera. Based on discussions we've had over the last couple of weeks, there is little appetite for increasing people numbers. We are going to start work based on some previous discussions on rationalization of staff at 99 advance. That being said, there are some issues around additional staff members that we want to at least make sure that you understand that we are looking at, whether it happens this year, next year, but I want to make sure they are there around CE techs and planning techs that we still think are required, but we also understand that and we didn't get any pushback, so we expect that there's a general agreement in terms of separating out applicable tax rates, so we get a tax rate for residents for your operations and maintenance of running the business, if you want to call it that, and then there's a separate tax rate for capital purchases and capital reconstruction and new construction to support our infrastructure and asset management plan. The clerk's keeping me honest here in terms of if we get to a point where, for example, either the tax rates, bag tags, or things like that, where council agrees to things, we would look for specific resolutions such that we could start baking these things in. The more we can decide today in terms of clarity with staff, the more we can bring back firmer numbers at our next meeting. And we do have staff here who will be cobbling together numbers as we go and making sure we can get stuff done. I think this is my last slide. Decisions required on number 7, funding, if at all, and how based on defined service for the downtown core area. We'll look at that. There are some options. We've got disposition of buildings, market, town hall development. We've talked about the technology decisions, and I think we're leaning right now towards just the payroll piece to help us get through that hump. Our level of investment in infrastructure. You will note during this budget process, we're putting a heavy emphasis, and there's a whole bunch of stuff on infrastructure buildings that has never been presented horizontally in this municipality before. It's always been buried in different budgets. We are now raising that and saying we have to start investing in the infrastructure that we want to keep, or we're going to be in a position where it's going to start crumbling. So that's a decision we need to make as well. Funding of community groups, we've talked about it before. Where does this municipality intersect with volunteer groups and those important groups that carry on activities for the community? And a little bit further direction on bylaw and animal control. We've got some other intersecting issues around that. So that's kind of where we are with staff. Paul will now carry on and basically walks you through starting at the highest level from the budgets and functional areas and invite questions where they are. And I've got my senior staff here to answer any questions as required.
Yeah, okay, yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Sorry, going through the elimination of we're talking about the bag tags, all right,
Yes.
at the time, but after further, digging and trying to understand how it would work, how it would not work. So if I have, or a resident has 5 different residential lots, and I mean, he's gonna get billed for those 5, there's a costing there. And then the legality of it. Now, going through the Municipal Act, I'll be the first one. I'm not a lawyer, but the Municipal Act of 308, all taxes be applied and equally to all tax classes. All right. How is that going to be done? So I think you better get a legal opinion. I'm not a lawyer, but it says the Municipal Act, section 312, local municipality can have and general rate and apply to all classes based on ratios. How is that going to be done when you're specifically going after, basically a surcharge on just residential? All right. And then 312 can have a special levy where it allowed applied to all tax costs based on ratios. All right. Have to have a specific authority to apply a garbage rate only to residential. And where's that authority, and how have the local improvement area, but would be by geographic area, but not by class. So there's questions that when I've gone through it, and I'm not a lawyer, I think that needs further discussion about the bag tags.
So through your worship to Councillor Schenk, the idea around this was just to get the devil's in the details.
Okay.
There's no way that we're going to say, yeah, we're going to do it and it's effective such and such a date. The idea was to get a general nod. Is this something that we would like to do? If it is, and we would start working on it now,
okay,
and then come back as soon as possible with those questions answered. Implementation dates. What happens if you have a drawer full of bag tags? How do you get them reimbursed? How do you deal with people that have apartments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? So there's a bunch of unanswered questions, but this is just to get general direction from council that yes, please proceed, or not.
But you're just going to inquire and you're going to dig into
Yep.
a little bit deeper what would work and what wouldn't work. Okay, well, get that report then.
And like bag tag is a good place to start, but we'll let Paul go first, I guess, and then maybe we can jump right into the bag tag issue because I think that might be an easy one to resolve fairly quickly. So.
In past council, staff asked generally in a goes through the chair, and we've asked the assumption is that all replies from staff go through the chair, so that it's just kind of more discussion.
Yep, go ahead. Yeah.
So what we're gonna start talking about is getting out of the grass or the branch. Forest. That brush council, the overall field. So what we got here on this slide is 2023 functional summary, talking about the functions and what's changed within the functions. We'll also get into the departments. So in this one, when staff, we talked about the fact that there were some costs that are changed. Contracts that are going to go up, and it's not a lot to do about the portion, especially those related. Oh, sorry.
There we go. My apologies, everybody. I didn't realize there was 2 power buttons. So again, what we asked staff to acknowledge those changes that were going to change, and there's not a lot of control over it, to adjust for that and look at the pieces that we could control. And the idea was, as best as we could, to come back, separating out, pulling out those pieces that we couldn't control, looking at the ones we could control, because there's going to be movements within there, fuel, that sort of thing. And how do we accommodate, when we've pulled out the ones that we can't control, with what we can control, to come to the same dollar value at the bottom, at the end of the day. So we're not saying come to the very same bottom level without them, but pull out those pieces that we can't control and control the ones that we can, and make sure, try as best as we can to look at a flat increase on that section of the budget. And staff was complied and was able to come back with something close to what that direction was. So this summary shows the change in functional areas, and the next slide will show the change in departments. So the column that's right underneath the Greater Napanee logo there, it shows a status quo scenario. It sees the budget lowering the capital contribution line along the bottom there, $394,077, in order to fund the changes within that 3% for the operating. As the CEO said, we're coming back with the idea on the concept of separating out operating capital. How do we capture the cost of operating the town, business as usual for the town, and then to start looking at the capital assets and how do we fund that, and be able to show the residents which portion of their tax bill is going to fund the roads and the bridges and the buildings, and which portion is for the everyday business. So the column next to it is titled full capital contribution, and that shows a full capital contribution as per last year, in order to start moving funds into kind of like into reserves, and moving the way that we treat reserves like a business, basically a project. We look at reserves in and we look at reserves out, and we're funding all capital projects from the reserves going forward. So that council then and residents will have a very kind of a brief, quick summary snapshot of how we're doing in the long term with funding our capital projects. That increases it to 6%. So we're looking at the possibility of a 3% contribution to capital. It evokes a further discussion when we get to capital of where we should be at, how much we should be replacing based on the information that we've done through the asset management plan, but I won't bog down at that at this point. We'll talk of that when we come to capital. The next column is titled admin debenture, and it adds the debenture payment for the building purchase at 99 Advance Avenue. The reason that it's been separated from operating is to propose an alternative scenario, and we'll come back to that in slide 30 to discuss that in further detail. So the next slide, I'm not going to spend much time on it. It's basically the same presentation, except instead of functional areas, it's broken down by department. And now we're going to get into is the functional areas and how they change according to the department, just to give a high level overview of what those changes look like. For instance, when we look at revenues, we're looking at about a 7% increase in revenues, so about $513,000. And I'm going to kind of speak to the major sources of what those changes are. There are a number of smaller changes, but we're gonna kind of focus on what the big numbers look like. So for general government, we see an increase of 113,000. While there was decreases in revenues and tax, penalty and interest, because of the fact that we're getting better at collecting taxes in the past couple of years, it's offset by an increase in interest. So we've seen quite an uptick in interest, and our actuals in interest in 2022, when we come back with the audited financial statements, are going to show that we were quite a bit over what we had budgeted in those revenues. So we're anticipating and budgeting for those higher interest rates, because the economists are at this point are saying that those interest rates will continue to remain high during 2023. Also, we're going to be coming back with investment proposals. So we are waiting on investment proposals by a couple of the big banks who are looking at managing our investment portfolio for us and to allow us to expand our investments and collect more revenues on the interest side. Clerks see a reduction in revenue, and most of it is due to the loss of adoption boarding fees at the animal shelter facility. In 2022, you'll see that we had a budget line because we did get quite a bit of money in 21, but those activities have ceased. I believe they're taking the animals to another facility. If you wouldn't mind, just quickly.
So there is more detail on this when we get to the animal control slide, but basically we were taking in animals that had been seized by animal welfare officers. We saw a huge spike in that in 2020, but it was costing us as much for the costs of housing those animals as it was that we were getting back in revenue, as well as being a large liability risk. So we ceased doing that in agreement with our animal control contractor, because they were operating outside of the scope of their contract to do that. We stopped doing that this past year, and are proposing or have budgeted with the assumption that we will continue on that track in the future.
And when we get to the portions that talk to expenses, you'll also see a reflection on the reduction in expenses that match. Corporate services sees a small reduction in revenues due to a decrease in minor ball revenues as we move the administration of the minor ball off, and you'll see some reflective decreases in the expense lines on the other side as well. Also a reduction in anticipated grants with community and economic development. Parks and Recreation saw very minimal change. There was a movement as staff really dug into the numbers to make sure that they were aware of all the revenues coming in. And there was some small movements, but it didn't add up to very much of a change overall. So not a large impact. Facilities, although it shows here that there's just a very small changeover, there was actually quite a bit of activity that happened here. Staff did a deep dive into the revenues with facilities, which resulted in a decrease in anticipated revenues at the SPC of just over $85,000. This was a true up of numbers over looking at averages over the last 5 years. Mainly focusing on ice rentals, as the past couple of years we haven't been able to meet the projections. So therefore we've lowered the expectations of revenues to something that was a little more in line with what 5-year averages look like, as well as general costs recovered, which have seen a downtick over the last few years. So we've reflected that as well. This was offset by the introduction of $72,000 in revenues for rentals at 99 Advance, and then coupled with a number of other small changes add to a very small increase in revenues overall in facilities, which just adds up to about 0.3% is what that uptick is. Cemetery sees a small increase in revenues, and this is really due to the fact that after about 1.5 years of having the cemetery staff have gained a better understanding of the activities within the cemeteries. And you'll see a reflection when we get to the expense side that there is an uptick in expenses based on that knowledge that staff have gained. There were no changes in fire and revenues. And protective services saw a very small increase in based on the OPP billing that was sent to us. We do receive some money back. I believe it's called court prisoner transfer grant. And we just saw just a very small uptick in those revenues. Development services has a larger change in here, and this will need a little bit more time. A portion of that variance of $270,000 is due to the increase in anticipated permit activity. There's been quite a bit of activity happening within the development department. But there's also a large increase of about $150,000, which is linked to a transfer from reserves. So the history on this is when we get to the expense side, you'll see planning has an increase of $150,000 in legal fees. And this
So what staff has proposed? $150,000 in this fees in order to not is to transfer from the this is a reserve that was set up quite a while ago. Part of it contributed set up. We ended up paying quite a bit of the tax. They won the assessment. And last payment was made. When the new power plant came online, we does the payments. And I'll give you a little bit. We have a line. Building permits have been given out. Pieces are built once occupation is given, or once the deck is finished, or once whatever it is that's set. When it comes partway through the year, they send the information to the tax clerk and some sent out for previous year's billings, and then resulting so when we receive that supplemental billing from that. So that was roughly about $190,000. We have finished negotiations through that act. The time right to launch long, so that money that's reserved and then the difference between the 270.
Well, actually, I do have a question regarding that. If we take that out of the reserves, do we have to pay that back? And if so, what time? No, we're not responsible.
No, we're not responsible. That was a reserve that isn't, it doesn't necessarily have to be continued on. That's a reserve that was guarding against a specific activity. Now that that activity has gone, the danger or what we're guarding against is now over. Council is able to direct the use of those funds into operational activities.
Great, thank you.
My question is $190,000, is that from the 2022 supplemental billing?
That'd be 2021 supplemental billing.
So that 190 came from the 2021.
That's correct. So what ends up happening now, instead of the ratepayer paying for those legal fees, we're looking at basically a large corporation paying for it. This may spark on some more discussion, but solid waste does see an increase, and that has to do with that special area rate that we've been talking about. And proposing the idea of the first bag of garbage going on the tax bill. And that would see an increase of just over $400,000. Growth is a little bit different in that what we do is we anticipate those portions of growth that would come through. So I'm going to back up to that supplemental billing. When we get the supplemental billing, it's based on the tax rate for what the current value assessment is for that specific building. So it's new growth, and we get that money as a supplemental, but the second portion of that is that current value assessment then moves in the next year and becomes a part of the calculation of the mill rates. And just for new council, I'm just going to give a quick overview. So when we take all of our expenses minus all the revenues that we know we're going to need, we come down to that point that we put onto the tax bill. So for the 2022, the $27 million of expenses, take off all the OMP funding, all the rates that we charge at the different facilities, all the different building permits, and all the fees that we get, and that boiled down to $13,700,000, just rounding it up a little bit, of that portion of the expenses that would go onto the tax bill. So 13.7 million is then divided by the whole current value assessment, which is into the several billions of dollars. And that ends up coming up to a rate which we call the mill rate. When there's growth in a previous year and we get that supplemental billing, that CVA moves over and becomes a part of that calculation. So what we do is we go into the impact system, and they have calculations that we can look at what the in-year growth is. We can apply it to the tax rate and look at what the dollar effects will be on next year's tax bill. Not last year was $95,000. This year we're projecting 200. We're being conservative on it because we don't want to make an error. It was probably closer to somewhere around 250, but we went conservative on it just to make sure that we didn't over anticipate, and that becomes part of the calculation. What has happened in the past, and just about every municipality in Ontario has moved to the system, because what would happen in the past, if you were to say, we're going to have a 2% tax levy increase and people get their bills on average, you go back, it's 1.8 or 1.7. It's not actually 2%. And they realize it's due to this growth, and the growth is not actually getting their applicable tax portion to contribute towards the operations of the town. So in this sense, we take that extra CVA and put it in as part of the calculation, and then it becomes part of the regular CVA going through. Sorry, I don't mean to bore anybody with that, but I just wanted to explain that the growth is a calculation. It's not reaching up in the air and picking a number, but it actually is an analysis based on the weighted average cost of the CVA.
May I ask, how much do you hold back from appeals?
Well, how much do we hold back from appeals? So
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
If we use that 150,000 for the assessment appeals, we'll still have $190,000 left in that appeals reserve.
Yep, that's the reserve account, but all I'm saying is you're projecting a growth of 1.8%. But all I'm saying is let's say.
I get it.
You
Yeah.
understand what I'm saying now?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Let's say
Yeah.
taxpayers, and the new impact comes through, and let's say 50% appeal their assessment.
Yeah.
And 40% of that wins. There's going to be not the same amount.
So I'm just going to back up a little bit. In that summary slide, oh, I'm sorry. It's not there. In the general government, there's a line, it's called tax written off.
Yep.
And we've budgeted for $140,000 of an expense to guard against the people that are appealing.
Yeah, okay.
Last year, it was $56,000 of what actually did appeal.
Yeah.
But when you go back and you look at a 5-year average, it's about $120,000 to $125,000. So we have 140 written in there.
Thank you.
The last line has to do with COVID-19 funded. For a couple of years, we had COVID-19 funding. The province came back and allowed us to defer it for a year to reflect the after effects of what we experienced in COVID-19. So we used those funds up in 2022, which was $230,000 and $230,349, and that's been used. So we don't have that revenue source going forward into 2023. Are there any further questions on revenues before we start moving into expenses?
Is this the time that we talk about this bag tag thing? Or is it going to come up again later?
Well, we can, I suppose we can talk about it now, but I think what we're looking for is we need a resolution on whether we want to move forward or not. So I mean, we can do that now as we go, or we could do all the resolutions for the motions at the end. Whichever is going to be easier for you, Paul. We can, if you want to have a break in the action, we can talk about the bag tag thing. Is there any further information we're going to?
Do you want to wait until we get up to the expense side that matches and
Sure.
talk about it then, or do you
Yeah,
want to talk
let's
about it
do
now?
that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, great. So as far as staff costs, we're looking at 7%, which is actually it's a rounding up to a single number. It's actually about 6.58, I think, is what it really rounds up to. So the changes departmentally are first of all, and we're just going to go through it in order. General government, there's about a 2% increase. We saw a retirement in the finance department in 2022 with a position that at this point, until we move forward with our solid plan, we're not planning on replacing in 2023. So that helped to offset the increases within that department. The COLA increases, cost of living index increase, and some of the summary that we'll talk about in 2 slides coming up. There was a big move in the clerks department, which we saw a reduction in 22%. And that's really the breakout between corporate services and clerks. And in order to do that, we moved the salaries from one senior manager role out of clerks and moved it into corporate services. And that offset, of course, the COLA increases and reduced the overall staffing costs within the clerks department. Conversely, the next line, corporate services, you see a much larger increase there. And that's where that one staff member, senior staff member had moved to. We also saw a change in 2022, a council approved change to bring back the role of the deputy treasurer. So up until 2019, my predecessor, the treasurer, was also the deputy CAO and had been for quite a while. When that position left, it wasn't replaced, the deputy CAO. In 2022, we saw the return of that role to fulfill the activities that had been done within that role. Also, we saw an additional staff member, wellness and healthy safety advisor that had come through in 2022, as well as that also having a council resolution within 2022. So that's the change within corporate services, somebody coming over from clerks, an adjustment in the scheduling, the addition of the CAO to a current staff member, as well as adding a new staff member within that department. Park saw an increase of about 7%. Built within that is any sort of COLA increase, but it also added a facilities maintenance cleaner, which was a new position, again, brought about in 2022. And there was also an addition of a position that was split with cemetery, spending part of the time in parks and then part of the year in cemeteries. The other side of that is cemetery. You see that increase, which is that person that's split a portion of their salary from parks over to cemeteries. With the fire department, there was a small increase, about 2%. There was an additional firefighter to bring fire back up to the complement of full-time firefighters, which with the COLA increases that were a part of the agreement with the staffing under that collective agreement. And this was offset quite a bit by the retirement of 2 senior officials. So 2 people didn't leave, 2 people retired, were replaced. And some of the new people coming in at a lower salary rate saw a reduction that helped to kind of buffer against a large increase there when the new position was added. Development services saw a decrease. There were, again, the normal COLA increase, but this was offset by the redistribution of 1 senior manager role to utilities and roads. So back on December 19th, we talked about the utilities. We talked about at that point when we talked about salaries that there was a restructuring because we went back and had a look at who did what and how many people were contributing to activities within the utilities department. So one person went from a split between development services, roads and utilities, moved out of the development services portion and was just split between utilities and roads. We also saw a decrease in solid waste. Again, that was a part of that same reconciliation. Saw somebody that was heavily paid out of the solid waste portion, but a good majority of their activities were within the utilities department. So that was a true up to move some of their a portion of their salary over to match the functional areas that they were actually working on a day-to-day basis. So that's why you see a reduction there as well. Roads had a larger increase. Part of it was due to the redistribution from the manager that moved out of development services and into roads. A large piece had to do with an increased overtime. So we increased the overtime budget by $65,000. Again, looking at about a 5-year average of what we were spending on overtime and roads, we realized that that really needed to be buffered up to come to something that's a little more accurate, a little more true. And after some of the snowstorms that we've been having this year, it's probably a good time to do it as well as the addition of, adding summer students, which then brings the whole thing to, here it says about 6.5%. It's closer to 6.6%, but the Excel sheet just rounded down to 6.5.
Thank you, Paul. Just getting a little confused here. Your terminology is we saw, but this is an ask, right? With the 2023 budget, right?
It is, but when I say we saw part of it, oh yeah, maybe it is a wrong terminology. We're looking at changes. We're looking at is that what you're talking about? The change from one department to another?
Yeah, because and I'll tell you where it started for myself. Where I started under fire.
Okay.
We saw the addition of 1 position, or is this an ask for 1 position? Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, Chief. Sorry, folks, through the chair. Great question, Councillor. So what happened was when in succession planning, go back a year we lost a deputy position in 2014 in the master fire plan and passed through council. There was an agreement that if the deputy position ever was done away with, that because it was taken out of the union, that there was language back then that position would go back to our full complement, which would give us the 7th firefighter. So during the restructuring and the succession planning, we were able to do that for the last 3 months, I believe. Chief Koenig was retiring. So we were able to hire on contract for 6 months to fill that position. And our hope is that will, through the budget deliberations, be allowed to stay as a full-time position. We were down that position because it went to management. And there were some others. I wasn't here at the time, so I can't speak any more to that other than what I've been able to find out through 2014 master fire planning and some of the other resolutions.
Okay, thanks. So the numbers that we see here, that particular firefighter has been hired on contract. And you're
Correct.
asking for that person to be put on for full-time now. not
I am
contract.
absolutely hoping that that happens based on historical language
Uh-huh.
when it was taken from that position. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Chief. Were there any other questions? Okay. If not, I'll just move on to the next section. So this is kind of a summary overall of where the increases impact as far as kind of what the activities are. So there's a portion that we talked about with roads overtime. We did talk about some new positions within there, and this basically gives you a summary of this is what the cost is for the new positions, the new person in HR safety and wellness, the facilities cleaner maintenance, and then the split with parks and cemeteries. There was a piece through the compensation review in 2022, which came to council, I believe it was last September. And there was a piece that had to do with the employment equity, which came to about $25,000. And then there was a compensation adjustment, which was about $40,000. And then, of course, we have the normal cost of living increase, and then an accompanying benefits increase that would accompany that, totaling the increase in salaries to $550,000 from 2022 to 2023. Any questions? Okay.
Oh, yeah, just- So Almer's WSIB, CBPI, all of it together. They have benefits increase of $100,000. What is the total? How many millions do we pay?
For the whole organization, I can give you a ballpark figure. 2023, we're looking at about $10 million.
Benefits that the municipality had.
Staff costs, full staff costs, yes.
$10 million.
Yeah.
That's benefits, WSIB and everything else.
Yeah, put it in perspective in comparison, when you look at our neighbors, loyalists, through the financial information return, this is public information.
Let's look at the best municipality, not one that has to borrow.
Well, but look at, okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to bring a comparator because we're going to compare to a municipality that has almost the same population and almost the same tax levy as what Greater Napanee has. They're about just a little bit more than $1 million in staff costs over what Napanee is.
Don't they have about 15% more employees?
I'm not sure. I didn't look at that in the FIR. Yeah.
That's you know what I mean? So I just, just comparing apples with apples, we'd say. All right.
Yeah, you're right about if it is 15 more with the same tax levy and the same population, yes. Okay. I'm going to turn over to Michael Fisher at this point.
Yes, the next few slides are for visual representation only, and happy to answer any questions that you may have. So they're a representation of what our current staffing is and what's been loaded into the budget for 2023. So as was previously mentioned, for fire, there is a contract role that's not represented on this sheet, and it will come out as an ask in 2023 in addition to what's being presented today. Then you've got a number of slides, moving to slide 19, that's our staff composition. So give you a visual representation of where our staff currently reside within the different departments, breakdown of full-time, part-time, student, and contract. The next slide, slide 20, is a breakdown of our part-time staff. So where our part-time staff reside, and you can see the bulk of that is within our fire. So that is our volunteer firefighters, or rather our paid on-call firefighters. I should also mention we do not currently have 60 plus actually is our target number for volunteers within our size of municipality. We're currently running significantly under that. I think the number's closer to 40 if I have that accurate. Next slide is student employment. So one of the things this municipality relies fairly heavily on is our summer student employment. They play a critical role in helping us maintain our parks, our facilities, and our summer operations with our roads crews. And then finally, as has already been presented to council in other meetings, we've got a couple of staffing asks. So these are anticipated asks, anticipated needs for 2023. We've got a public works civil technologist, a growth and expansion. We have a planning technologist. Fire should actually have two things on here. So one is the firefighter that our Chief Bill Hammond had just mentioned, as well as we need to focus on recruitment retention of our paid on-call firefighters. We've also talked about, as part of our HR planning, reviewing our organizational structures, seeing where there's opportunities and efficiencies within our organization. And finally, legislative services, as council has discussed several times before, the potential of increased bylaw enforcement. That's all for me.
Okay, so we'll turn over and start talking about the materials and supplies and what the changes like to that section of the functional budget. We're looking at about a 6% increase. So this really encapsulates everything from office supplies to materials going onto the roads, the cold patch, but it also encapsulates some other activities like your heat, your hydro, your utilities costs. Those are all built in. We structure our GL in a fashion that matches what the financial information returns, which go up to the province, and we're able to pull data off and do some comparisons with other municipalities, but also previous years of what we've done here at Greater Napanee. So we've structured this in the same formatting within the FIR. Just as an aside. So as we start to look at those different departments and what it looks like for the different functional areas and what the changes are. If we start with cemeteries, we've got an increase in the materials and supplies of just under $10,000. You remember when we talked about the revenues, there was an increase in revenues based on the fact that now we've got a year and a half under our belt of how to run a cemetery. It's fairly new to us at this point. Or up to this point, but now we've got a year and a half under our belt. So we've got a better handle on exactly what the expenses and the revenues we might anticipate. So about $10,000 were increased in order to match what the anticipated expenses coming down were. Fire had a small increase within materials and supplies. And this really had to do with the fact that fire used to look after emergency management and health and safety, and there was a split, health and safety going over to HR, and then the emergency management going to fire. So this kind of reflects what the changes are as we move that piece over from its own section into fire. Protective services, we saw a slight increase, and this really has to do, this is the first year that we're seeing the reflection of not having the expenses for the police services board. So that is strictly $19,899 were previously what had been budget for police service board expenses. And so now we've just knocked that right off there. In development, there's really not a lot of change. This is one where the department came back with looking at flatlining from the last year. There's a small decrease here that's really associated with the fact that now that the administration staff are all working out of the same facility, we have some shared costs, some of the office supplies, some of the photocopiers, that sort of thing. And at that point, we're turning the admin section into basically corporate expenses that we all share, because those departments don't have full control over that. We've moved them over into the other area, which falls within general government. And that's going to be a reoccurring theme. So I'll just refer back to that as we get to those pieces. Solid waste saw a small increase related to printing, a little bit of advertising, mileage, and other material costs. Roads was another department that went back and did a deep dive into where could they move from one area to another in order to not to keep the impact of the increase and the CPI expansion or increase to a dull roar as much as they possibly could. I'm not going to get into too much of the detail because it's really a lot of $100 here, $50 here, a couple $100 there. And roads is a large department with a lot of cost centers in it. So there was just a little bit of tweaking right from the top of the list to the bottom of the list of where they might be able to save expenses, while also updating what the expected costs for cold patching, for fuel and oil costs and that sort of thing. General government saw a decrease. So there were increases in things like materials and office supplies, mileage and memberships as we come under one roof. But this was offset by reduction in the taxes written off. So we talked about that fact, Councillor Shank earlier, where how do we guard against people coming back for assessment appeals? In the past, we had budgeted $200,000 in there. Over the past 8 years, we averaged out around 125,000. So we dropped it down to about 140,000, something that was a little truer to what the actual cost would be. And that resulted in an overall decrease in expenses of about $41,000. Clerks saw a decrease of $10,000. This was based on not only analysis of the anticipated needs in 2023, but it did have the largest portion of the change had to do with centralization of expenses of moving to 99 advance. And there was a portion of it that had to do with the hydro costs for the animal facilities, since the animals aren't going to be in there. And I don't want to go into too much detail because I know the clerk has a whole presentation on that, but we did reduce the utilities costs to about half based on the proposal that she's going to bring forward. Corporate services saw a small increase, and most of it had to do with communications, with advertising within communications and HR. We realized that we needed to be a little bit higher than what we had been in 2022. So that was the major change, was the increase within advertising costs. Parks and Recreation saw just a little bit of a downtick. That's the other side when we saw the revenues go down in corporate services to do with minor ball moving off. We saw an increase on this side as well. That's a reflective within corporate services, but that's offset. Increases in advertising communications are offset by that reduced cost in minor ball and the office centralization. Parks and Recreation saw a slight decrease due to the analysis of materials and supplies costs, the moving of those costs, the staffing coming over to 99 advance, the sharing of those centralized costs. Facilities saw an increase of $161,000. Earlier, we said the revenues were, the decreases of the SPC were offset by the leases that we're going to be getting at 99 in advance. The other side of that is the introduction of $125,000 in materials and supplies for that facility. These additional costs, I guess you can kind of look at it as like a hump year as we look towards funding of that facility and how that reflects within our facilities management. Part of the proposal for the funding was to sell some of the other facilities, and we'll see those savings. We'll see that amount come back once we start to fulfill that methodology of unloading some of the other buildings. We'll see those material supplies come back. So we have that increase of $125,000 we're anticipating in 2024 and on. We'll see that coming back and reducing those costs. I'm sorry, I don't mean to stammer. I probably shouldn't have had that cup of coffee after lunch, but I do apologize. And it also accommodates the fact that there's facilities, and this is strictly facilities, and we anticipated 5% increase at utilities costs across the board because of the fact that this would be very reflective within the facilities department. That's another reason for part of that increase.
Yep. Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
Dave?
My question is and I don't take this wrong, but when you went to 99 Advance Avenue, there's savings, right? Because we're not using the other facilities, but the service contracts that are increased alone, why is there more money? Everything's going up because of the contracts or service contracts that you have with these other buildings, when these other buildings aren't really being used. Show me where the savings were to go to 99 advanced, because we're not using this, but we're not heating it to the same efficiency because it's not being used all the same amount. But what is the service contract? What is a service contract that you have with these other buildings?
So we haven't gotten to service contracts yet. We're still talking about materials and supplies
Okay.
at this point. And then the next section would be service contracts. You want me to skip ahead now, or do you
No,
want to wait
it
till we get
says,
to that?
it says here, like, we're under budget. Yeah, general government, right? It went up to $231,000, right? And then if you, that was general government, then it goes clerks, corporate services. And it says here, increase of $15,000 increase to insurance and service contracts.
So, sir, I just want to make sure I'm on the same slide as you. Which slide is it that you're on?
All right, must be on a different one. I may be jumping way ahead. Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah. Yep, you're ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so,
Sorry.
and we'll address this. So we'll address your question when we get to that point, if
Yeah,
that's
no
okay?
problem.
Okay.
I think Dave.
Thank you. Paul, I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear everything that you said about the additional $125 in additional costs for 99.
Okay.
And I understand that this is material and supplies, but what were you saying about we're getting this back?
Okay, so at this point, we've bought a new building, and part of the funding structure has to do with selling some other buildings.
Right.
We haven't sold the buildings yet, but when the buildings are sold, the materials and supplies costs will go down in those buildings that we sell. In the meantime, we're carrying one extra building as a temporary situation. We're going to be selling 45 Commercial Court. We're looking at 11, 12, and 13 Market Square. And then we'll have further conversation as to where we go with that building condition assessment reports and how that structure looks. Once we no longer have those buildings, all of those expenses that go into those buildings will come back in the sense that we will no longer have those expenses. In the meantime, 2023 is like a hump year because of the fact that we're carrying one extra building. So we're budgeting for it so that we don't get caught short to make sure that we're still have those costs covered within those old buildings up to the point where we are able to sell them. I think the CIO wants to contribute to this.
I was, through your worship, I was just going to make sure that, we recognize that when we did this analysis last year, it was predicated on the disposal of buildings.
Right.
Which is one of the reasons why we're looking for a very quick indication to get rid of buildings, such that we're not real estate, you got building in both places, right? We need to get rid of those sooner rather than later.
Right. Okay.
So there is some mismatches this year. We're trying to minimize that so that we can get rid of these buildings quickly. If, I think at some point in time, what we would want to do, and I think it's corporate services domain, is we want to make sure that we can manage that inventory of buildings and be able to come back to council and say, this is what we own, this is what we're maintaining, this is what we're disposing, so that you can get sort of a net balance of all of this stuff, as opposed to it being all over the place, right? And that's, I think, where some of your confusion may be.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So in a sense, I mean, if we were anticipating we were going to sell the buildings, halfway through the year, we would come back with half the cost of materials and supplies. But at this point, because it's an uncertainty, as we mentioned, that we want to make sure that we're collecting the proper amount of money, anticipating the proper amount of expenses to make sure that we're not going to come up short at the end of 2023.
Right. Okay, thanks. And a little bit of my confusion on that as well is that under material and supplies, and then the short little description that it's associated with moving there. I was just wondering if that was an additional expense that we actually had to put into that building at 99, but I understand now that it's for the other buildings that we're carrying, right?
Yeah, exactly. But it offsets, yeah, because of the fact that like we will have the water and sewer, heating, hydro costs, that sort of thing. So we're anticipating those costs and making sure that we've captured it.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
If there's no other questions, we'll get into service contracts for Councillor Shank. Sorry, budget meetings can be boring. I try and throw a little bit of humor in there, but sometimes it doesn't quite work. Contracted services, we're looking at overall increase of 10%, which also reflects about $800,000. The first one we talk about, I think my slides are slightly out of order. The general government, we have an increase of $231,000.
Does someone have the audio on their computer on? Because that will fix this. If somebody has their microphone not muted on.
Check. Not still there. I don't, oh, well, let me check. You could be right. Okay, is it gone? No. Okay, I'm muted. Still there? Yours is not there, but mine is there. Would somebody else mind speaking into their mic?
Hello.
Hello.
You've got a delay as well. Do we want to continue on and see? Okay. So general government, we've got an increase of $230,000. A big portion of this is insurance costs. And that's something that we should probably address at this point. We're looking at and we talked about this on December 20th, but I want to kind of bring it back. We're looking at about a 20% increase in insurance. Insurance is a bit of a unique beast. And how it works is that we pay the bill July 1st, which goes from July 1st to June 30th. So in 2022, we had our bill from July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023. So for the first half of the year, we've already paid for it, so we know exactly what the expenses are. But for the second half, we have to reach out to our insurance professionals and seek their advice on exactly what the increases are looking like in the future. So overall increases last time were higher than what was anticipated. So with the insurance in 2022, we're looking at being over the budget by about 8%. The county, I believe, is over by about 10%, and I believe the city of Kingston's over about 15%. And that's kind of the way it happened in 2022 right across the board. I was on a Municipal Finance Officers Association call meeting about that, and they were all talking about the high increases. So in order to come up from that, to make up that portion that we're over budget by in 2022, and to anticipate for the increase going forward in 15%, that kind of weighs out to about a 20% increase. So across the board, we put a 20% increase because of the fact in general government, we carry a majority of the liability insurance. The vehicle insurance goes out to the vehicles and the departments associated, as well as facilities, parks, and that sort of thing. But the umbrella insurance, a good portion of it is related to general government. So that saw an increase of about $70,000. I'm sorry that was a long explanation, but I wanted to make sure the council was very aware of before we hit the financial statements. That wouldn't be a surprise.
Thank you, Paul. On this insurance, we're dealing with the municipalities. Is this the guaranteed best price we can get, or is there room for us to start to say we want to go around and start shopping prices, checking other people's prices?
And I know that they talked about that at the county level, but I can count on one hand how many insurance providers provide for municipalities, and all of those same municipalities are also talking about the 15% increase that's coming down the line. We can. I don't know if it would bring any sort of results. I know at the county level that they are putting out an RFP, and we are being named in a piggyback clause.
Okay.
So if they get some positive results, we can just jump on board with it, but we're not committed to go with that. And that's a really good thing, because when you go out for an RFP, if you don't have anybody that bids, then you can run into some problems because your current insurance provider, you're no longer in a contract with them and they can charge you whatever you want. But because of the fact that we're piggybacking with the county, we have a level of safety, a layer of protection that we're still within our contract. If they get good results, we can move over, but if they don't, then we can stay with what we already have.
Sorry, did I hear that right? If we went out to check our costs, then we're automatically
No.
eliminated the contract we're in?
No, we're not automatically, we could be.
Could be.
We could be.
Okay.
But that's not a guarantee. There's a possibility and there's a slight possibility of some negative ramifications within that. Which is why I'm very happy that we've been named in the piggyback clause, because even though it's a small possibility, it still is a possibility. And I want to make sure that we're guarded against that.
Okay, great. Well, I'm satisfied that we're taking a look at it, or somebody is for us. So that's great. Thank you.
Clerks, we saw a small increase of about $7,000, and that's related to the, I believe, the contract with South Frontenac.
Not exactly. Sorry. It's to do with the proposal to outsource our pound keeping contract to Kingston.
Okay, so it's related between the two. Okay, thank you. I will add that in for the next presentation. Thank you. Okay. Corporate services, we saw an increase of about $15,000, which is related to insurance. For the most part, it's related to insurance, but there's also some small service contracts based on anticipated needs, which are the smaller portions of it, but the larger portion is insurance. Parks and Recreation, about $12,150. Again, this is with the direction towards staff to look at the costs that would increase and try and guard against any other costs that we could control to increase. And this one was the insurance increase again with parks. Within facilities, there was also that insurance increase, but on top of that was the increase in service contracts related to 99 advance. And I think I'll turn it to Councillor Shank. I believe you had a question for that.
Nope, you answered it.
Okay. Great. Any other questions on that?
Yeah, through your worship. Just back up the general government's here. Insurance is over $70,000, but there's $195,000 there for leases for placeholder for enterprise corporate. Is that something we had before? Or is that something new, or are we getting?
Thank you for grabbing me on that. It was part of my written documentation in the presentation and I accidentally skipped over it. So thank you for bringing me back to that. $70,000 for insurance, $195,000 for leases. So this is a placeholder for leases as we switch over from purchasing our light vehicles to having the lease provided by enterprise. This was a report that came back in 2022 and had a council resolution to move over to this platform. This is a placeholder to make sure that we are anticipating what the needs are for those leases within 2023, and we're going to see some revenues come back as we see the turnover of some of the old vehicles going out, being sold, and revenues coming back within that. But I just wanted to make sure that we had a placeholder within it. It's not split within departments that will be associated with those vehicles. At this point, I was just concerned to make sure that we got those dollar figures in there and that we had accounted for it and that it was contained within the budget. Once that information, we'll have some more information coming up soon for that, and we'll be able to distribute to the departments. But again, it's a placeholder to make sure we get it in there, as well as moving the corporate leases for items such as the photocopiers from the various buildings together in one building, and we're placing those leases, office equipment, the mailing machine, the folding machine, and again, the photocopiers.
Okay, so that's not just for vehicle rental or the vehicle. lease.
No, that's not just vehicles.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to figure that out. I'm thinking, wow, that's a lot. Okay. Thank you.
Cemeteries, we saw an increase of $24,000. Again, this really relates to now that we've got a year and a half under our belt, looking at what those costs are going to be. We've got now we had a half a year of actuals and then now a full year, so we've got a year and a half of actuals to move forward with. So the increase of $24,000 to make sure that we're covered for those anticipated costs.
The leases, what are we leasing that's related to cemeteries?
I don't believe there's any leases in there. That's anticipated. Service contracts, legal fee. Oh, I'm sorry, and leases. You're right. It does say leases. Let me just have a quick look in there. I will find that information out and get it right back to you.
Yeah, just curious.
Yeah, okay. No, that's a fair question. I'm sorry, I don't have the information at my fingertips. Okay. We'll get that information and make sure to get it back to you. I apologize for that. Fire, an increase of about $19,000, which is mostly due to the increase in dispatch services. Protective services, I apologize. I accidentally copied the same thing down there. We do not have dispatch services within there. What that is a small increase in our OPP. We had a very small increase of about $6,000 for the whole year. So very, very minimal impact on our OPP bill. The majority of that $68,000, well, it would be about $62,000, has to do with the conservation authorities. So we saw some increases in Cataraqui Conservation Authority of about 3%, but we saw a larger increase with Quinte Conservation. Instead of 3%, it's 6%, but we're also seeing a large increase due to the agreement for water and erosion control protections. So this is a service that Quinte Conservation is doing for all the municipalities, municipalities within the Quinte Conservation catchment area. That over 10 years total just over $1 million. What they've done is they've brought all the municipalities in at a lower rate, 3%, 5%, 7%, 9%, and then finally totaling up to about $135,000 a year. We're in year 2. Last year it was an increase of $31,000 for that erosion control, and this year it's $51,000. And then that's going to, as a heads up to this council, that's going to increase another $20,000 a year until we get up to about $135,000 a year that we're contributing that. And that's a program that runs for 10 years. At this point, I don't know if it will continue after that. I don't have that information, but over 10 years, we'll be paying $1 million for erosion control.
That is, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
And that's, this is for the Cataraqui Conservation Authority, but that's based on the money that we're paying for erosion control. That is based on high water marks, you know what I mean? You know, that, so they're doing remediation on certain areas, or are they just, are we giving the money out and it's going somewhere else, some other location, or is this, because Cataraqui is a huge geographical area?
It's actually Quinte. I'm sorry, I might have misspoke. It's Quinte Conservation, not Cataraqui.
All right.
It has to do with a contract of services from DM Wills Associates to complete a water control structure condition assessment. The purpose of the assessment focused on determining the priority capital projects over the next. As a part of the work, each structure was inspected and recommendations provided. The recommendations focus on how to properly maintain the structure to ensure safe operation, public safety and longevity. So basically this is money to go towards an asset management plan that they have, like an asset management plan that they have specifically for their assets that are related to the erosion controls from the high water. So basically they're saying we're pumping X number of dollars into it. Greater Napanee, your portion is $1 million. Does that explain it?
Yep.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, development. $175,000, $150,000. That's the other side of the planning with the legal fees that we've spoken about earlier. And the majority of the rest of it, so the 175 minus the 50, so about 25,000, the majority of it, and not all of it, but the majority is related to a lifetime fee for Part 8 records. I'm going to get Michael to explain exactly what that is.
Thanks, Paul. Through your worship, when the town took over the responsibility for inspection of sewage systems under Part 8 of the building code from the health unit, all of the health unit's records were kept within a centralized repository database called Sentry File. Unfortunately, a lot of the input data that was put into that system is not able to be used effectively to map that information over into our current building permitting software. So we can't really copy and paste those files from that system into ours. It just doesn't work. The information that was input over time was not done in an efficient manner. So there's not a lot of good input data. By including this in our budget for this year, we would be able to get lifetime access to that database so that we continue to have access to those records in perpetuity. It's a pretty small price to pay to have those important records for us. So we're certainly looking forward to that.
Through your worship,
Yeah, but
records management, is that captured anywhere else? This is the only thing I've seen referring to records management.
there was a large capital expense in 2021 that had to do with a system called the Regal Data Management System. I believe that I remember the word laserfiche being attached to that. So there is is a system being set up for data management. I'm sure our clerk can answer that much more than I can.
Yes, so we did acquire a system. The goal is to get all of our corporate records in one system, one filing system, one location being used consistently across every function that we do. We are not there yet. This is a very large project, and it was delayed by the decision to move everybody into a new building, which took higher priority. So we are very aware that this is something that needs to be done. And it is high on the list of things for 2023.
And it's digital storage?
Yes.
Okay. So any old documents are scanned?
We will make a value assessment based on the value to have it digitally versus the physical space it takes up for paper, as well as disposing of a lot of stuff that's past its retention.
Good, that's all I was wondering.
Okay, solid waste. We're seeing the waste management contract speaks to an increase as per CPI. And as of, I believe it's October of every year. And at that point, the increase was 7.6%. So we're anticipating about a 7.6% increase in the cost of waste management for disposal services. And there is a bit of an offsetting reduction in contracted services that we hadn't seen fulfillment at the South Fred waste site. So there is a little bit of an offsetting decrease in those contract services, but for the most part, it's going up. Roads, $76,000. Again, it's insurance. A good portion of it is insurance. There is also increase in contracted costs to do with storm water management and also sidewalks. We've seen an uptick in the need for, or I should say the roads department seen an uptick for the need in stormwater management and some increased activity needed within sidewalks and catch basins. Stormwater and sidewalks. This is offset by a decrease in contractor costs with crack sealing, catch basins and hard top maintenance. Jeff, was there anything else that you want to say about that, or did that capture it all? Okay.
One comment just to bring light to is municipality now had to do a consolidated linear infrastructure agreement for all of our stormwater assets. And what that does is we take all of our pre-existing C of As for all of our stormwater management ponds and linear stormwater infrastructure, and it's now going to be measured more. It's going to be looked at. We're going to have maintenance plans put in place, testing procedures put in place, annual reports will have to be completed for all of our stormwater linear infrastructure and stormwater ponds. So this is an added cost that's going to be coming into effect this year. Through 2025, it will be fully in effect.
Yep, go ahead, Dave. Jeff, there's a comment in here that this is offset by the decrease in contractor costs and crack sealing catch basins and hardtop maintenance. Is that meaning that it's going to be done in-house, or does it mean that we're going to be doing it less frequency? Less frequent, sorry.
Kind of what the gist of that is we knew we were going to see a lot of increases this year through insurance and fuel costs. So pretty much the bottom part of that is we really did a deep dive into the budget this year, looked at where do we have some fat to trim to try and minimize the impact by the increase to insurance and everything else. So we looked at our focuses for 2023 and maybe some areas where we could let off the throttle a little bit, and we just reallocated funding pretty much. Basically just reallocated to lessen the impact to some of the increases we are experiencing. Stormwater management plan for the municipality, when we did a little bit of assessment on it, it was almost nil actually in the past, and we want to ramp that up and start really managing that. And just that's why I wanted to bring light to it is we are going to be forced to make sure we keep an eye on it, and it's going to be measured by annual reporting and everything else, and funding allocations in the future through our asset management plan.
Okay, great. Thank you.
If there's no other questions, we'll just move on to the next section. There's not a lot of detail in this section because they're fairly self-explanatory as we go through the sections as based on the financial information return. Financial services are our banking costs. There's really no change there. We had fully anticipated what their costs would be, and even with the 3% increase in banking fees, we really let it be captured within the $18,000. Donations has to do with the donation amount the council gives to other groups. So of the $19,000, currently $11,500 goes to, and it's Lennox and Addison Foundation, and groups are able to apply for grants through that foundation, and then the remaining is kept within house as groups come to council and do requests for those donations. In the past, there have been local people at sporting events that had out-of-pocket costs and would come and appeal for small amounts of that as well. And then the transfers is those are those portions that are going towards operational related reserves. So this would be transfers for the election expenses. This would be transfers for cemeteries. And what I mean by that is, according to the rules by is it the BOA or the BAO? BAO, the Bereavement Authority of Ontario, a portion of the fees that we collect for burials have to go into a trust. So we hold a trust account in the amount of about, it's roughly around $600,000. And a certain portion of that has to go into that fund, and that can only be used in the future to purchase more land. Well, the interest is for operational costs. Yeah. So within that, it has to stay in there for purchase of land in the future. However, I mentioned earlier that we're looking at a service plan with a financial agency that will manage some of the investments for us, and that'll be a piece on its own, because any interest that we receive off that, we're able to put it back into cemetery operational costs. So we're looking at seeing a return on that as we come up to the 2024 budget process. We should see an increase in investment within cemeteries. The decrease that's there is $5,000 is as we, again, gain more knowledge over a year and a half, we realized that we over budgeted for the amounts that would be transferred over to cemetery. So we dropped it down by $5,000. Any questions at that point? Earlier, when we first started up, we talked about some of the summaries, and one of the pieces we said we come back to in slide 30 had to do with the funding for 99 Advance. The funding that we brought back in July, it was approved through resolution 32722, was to use some current reserves for $1 million. These reserves are based on sales, two sales. One is the old library, and the other is, I'm going to get the name wrong, but I know it's the Selkirk lands now. What were they called back in the day? Heritage Park. So the sale of Heritage Park and the old library together, we put that air tagged those funds, put it into reserve for a centralized facility at some point down the road. So that's $1 million. We looked at land sales and borrowing from our current reserves for 3.3 million, and then a 10-year debenture for 1.5 million, which would equate to about $190,000 a year in repayment costs. So within that, what we did is we said, because of the fact that we're looking at what we're going to be doing with facilities, we wanted to look at the idea of getting all that information together before we finish off the debenture. So the debenture application is about 85% complete. We're ready to send it off to Infrastructure Ontario. We just put a pause on it to come back to council and say that during 2023, what we're proposing is to hold that amount as borrowing from our current reserves and having it sit in that structure until the end of the year, until we get a clear path to where we're going to go with our facilities. And then decide at that point, how does it look for which buildings we're looking at selling? And then do we just continue on with the debenture towards the end of the year? And I think the CAO had a little bit of input on that.
I think through your worship to council is to try and minimize the impact to the taxpayer for this current year, understanding that there's a whole bunch of stuff in flux, right? So I think that's why Paul wants it to borrow from the reserves currently and not go and get a big debenture when interest rates are potentially higher than they might be in the future. So that's kind of our thinking around that.
The economic forecast is also that I brought back in, I believe it was in October, we got our update at the Municipal Finance Officers Association conference. Spoke to the fact the interest rates are likely going to stay high until about the end of 2023. They're anticipating that it go down either in Q1 or Q2 of 2024. So this is also influential on the decision to basically come to council and look for maybe a change, temporary change in the funding structure for this debenture.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. Paul, so you're in favor of a proposed change to take all of the monies for 99 out of our reserves and have no debenture for just 2023. Take a look at how this year goes, and then maybe we'll know how much we really want to put into a debenture. Might be more than 1.5 million. Is what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying, except I would just change it from take it out of reserves to say we would borrow against reserves. So you would have a positive balance for having reserves. Financially, it's a credit balance. So we would be looking at the $4.8 million as a debit balance on it, which doesn't mean that it's going to change our actual physical cash structure. It's just how it looks on the books.
So you're borrowing against it?
Yes, we're borrowing against our reserves.
And is there an interest rate on that?
We can apply an interest rate to it. Okay. Absolutely, we can. Now, we proposed that in the past. One of the unfunded capital, there's two unfunded capital pieces that we have currently. One was the addition to the Roblin Fire Department, and the other was cleanup of the capital structure when I first got here. And we realized there was about $3 million of unfunded capital projects dating back to 2004. So if you remember, I think it was in the 2021 budget, and we came back and said, you know, this is what we're looking at. We need to fund this. And the decision was to fund it from reserves. Now, I pitched the idea at that point of about a 3% interest rate, which we could then pop back into the reserves to make interest. And at that time, council said, no, we wanted it as an interest free. So we waived the interest on it. So you have the option to charge an interest on that. And we can work out the details to do that, or the option is to have it as an interest free loan to ourselves.
Okay. So obviously the building's been paid for somehow now.
Yes, cash has gone out and it's been paid for, yes.
Okay. And how did you arrange that, if you don't mind telling me?
We
Where did the money
got a
come?
cashier's check from the bank and took it over to the lawyer's bank and deposited it.
Okay, but there's that humor, that, right?
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
like, well, okay, good. But I'm just wondering where did we get that money from our municipality? Where
As
did you
far
take
as,
it out of?
as far as how it flows in the financial statements, and I assume that you're talking about how does that look when the auditors come back with the financial reports?
Yes.
Yeah. So how that would look at this point is that we would have our portion of the $21 million of reserves, $21 to $25 million. I'm sorry, I just don't remember off the top of my head where it is, but it's somewhere just north of $20 million. You would have that as a credit balance because we have those reserves, and then you would end up having a reserve, which is called a contra reserve, which would be a debit balance, which would decrease the value of, say, the 20 million by 4.8. So let's just make it round numbers. So you have $20 million of reserves. How it shows on the financial statements is you have $15 million of reserves.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
because you told me.
I think what he's getting
Thank
at
you.
is we basically wrote a check on our reserves and took the money into the bank.
And took it across the road and
Yeah.
dropped.
Yeah.
And, but what we've now got to do is circle that square to make
Yes.
sure that we do
Put it, yeah.
to which accounts and how we want to manage it from a cash management perspective.
But
Thank you.
the funny part was the look on the bank teller's face when they saw the amount of the amount going into that bank account. So that's something that we can unpack.
So you want to now circle back to your,
So,
do you mind?
no.
So-
Go ahead.
So I was thinking what we do now, considering we're an hour and a half into this, if we could circle back to some of those decisions requested, and if council's comfortable, we could go through them if you want to make a decision or cross it off, and if not, because then I think we would want to. What's that? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Mayor, through you to Paul. I just wanted to question, normally when a corporation or the town buys a building with tenants in it, there should be some revenue coming off from the tenants,
72,000.
only 72,000.
Yes, that's correct.
And it was my understanding that there was 10 years of free rent given to the,
That was negotiated part of the purchase price.
that's, yes,
It reduced the capital cost of the purchase price, yes.
exactly.
Now that tenant that's in there for 10 years is paying a portion of the shared costs.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what we call it, Brant, but there's a gross up cost for some of the shared accommodation, so it's not completely free.
yeah, I understand what you're talking about, the
The
Shared-
kitchen and other places
Yeah,
like that,
yeah,
washrooms down the main. floor,
Yeah.
yes.
when you stand up top and look down, it's all the space there. That's also okay. But the main tenant is not paying any rent for 10 years, is that, other than the shared cost.
That's correct.
They're not paying any rent for 10 years for the area that they
For
occupy.
their, I think it's 20 workspaces that they're in. That's correct. So we can put a value on that.
Well, roughly about $1 million over 10 years, I would assume.
I think it was over 780 or $800,000, something like that. Yes.
As the CO said, we did get a reduced, that was reducing the capital cost. We got a building for a price that the value is much higher than what we paid for it.
So actually, the building costs 6.8 million instead of 5.8 million, basically. If you, because we're losing $1 million over 10 years,
But we're not out of pocket those dollars.
not out of your pocket,
Yeah.
maybe.
We didn't have those dollars in our hand to begin with, and we're not putting out those dollars. So there's no loss.
But that question came up when we presented to council.
But the town in the landlord business doesn't seem to do it's not very lucrative for the town. Not just with that purchase, but I mean, we have other properties that over the years, we've seemed to given, shall we say, sweetheart deals to the tenants or whatever you want to say. Like, the tenant really shouldn't be in the landlord business, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Agree.
Yeah, it should be in the
private
sector.
And I think for the most part, we're trying to get out of the remainder of those.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so
Go ahead. Yeah.
so the intent now was at this point in time, because the follow-on presentation deals a lot with the downtown and some of the facilities costs, was to circle back to some of those decision requested and see if we can get any of those from council before potentially taking a break after a couple of hours. So if we were to go back to slide.
Page 7.
Page 7. So I think the issue of the service for downtown core, that's the one that we're going to get to after the break. That's primarily the downtown core. We were looking for decision around disposition of buildings. If there was any concern, I know there was some concern with South Fred Hall, I think, but that's, I think, in 2024. But other than that, was looking for direction to proceed with other dispositions of buildings as previously articulated.
Which I think that the buildings we're talking about is 11, 12, and 13 Market Square. I don't think we're not, the discussion's not leading towards anything else at this point, right?
That's right.
So I think where the discussion is where do we want to go with respect to the disposition of 11, 12, and 13 Market Square? Yeah, go ahead, Ange.
Sell them. Sell them all. ASAP. Yeah.
Go ahead, Mike.
So just so I understand, the old Pinto building,
Yes,
that is 11,
that is 12.
12?
So the old Pinto building is 12, and 11 and 13 are the two buildings. 13 is the old fire hall, and 11 is,
There's no emotional attachment or anything historical for the municipality, so I have no problem, you know what I mean, disposing of those.
yeah, and that's what we're going to deal with today. I think right now is how do we want to deal with those three buildings? If someone wants to make the motion, we can put it on the floor, have a conversation, and then we'll vote on it. So
I'm in.
moved by Councillor Hicks, seconded by Deputy Mayor Calver. Questions, comments, or concerns? This is the time we can talk about it. So yeah, go ahead.
Through
Brian.
your worship.
Sorry.
I believe it was number 12 across the road here, the old Pinto building. There's a big generator attached to that. And so I think we should get these buildings listed, get them for sale, get them sold, get some money back in our pot here. But I think that generator should be decommissioned and sold separate from the building. I think we'll get some good money for that generator. I know I don't know any statistics on that generator. I don't know amperage, voltage, whatever. What's that?
Sorry, Councilor, it runs this building as well.
Oh, it runs this one too. Oh, well, then we can't get rid of that. So how do we sell?
We have to probably move it. Sorry, I don't have a microphone.
Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, but through emergency that generator ran both of these buildings. So we probably have to move that generator if we sold that property. That would be probably.
Okay, yeah, originally the generator was on this side.
Sorry, correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So the generator is actually not a surplus piece of equipment. We're still going to need it and require it. Won't be included in the sale of 12 Market Square.
That would be my understanding. And again, I'm just speaking from the emergency management side of it.
Yeah, okay.
We'd want to run this building, absolutely.
Oh,
For backup
100%.
power.
Yeah. Go ahead, Counselor Hicks, go ahead.
Question.
Yep, go ahead.
Was it moved to the Pinto building, basement of this building, in order to make space for storage? Oh, sorry.
That I don't know.
Okay.
I wasn't here when it was.
Generator, it was a portable generator right in this building previously.
Mhm.
And it, well, there, now, and the portable generator has been sold, as a surplus.
Okay.
So regardless, we're gonna need that generator. It won't be part of the sale.
Right.
I'm thinking. So go ahead, Counselor. Fennell.
Thank you, worship. Just my comments is that we get 11, 12, and 13 listed right away. But we also take in consideration that we should be looking at listing 45 commercial court. Because it would be the town's direction as to closing dates and such, we should put that on the market and stipulate that we would be interested in a rental back of the garage area until the waterworks area garage is done. And by this way, we could be feeling out the market to see what the interest is in it, because I do believe it may take longer than what we think to sell that property. But there is value there. And who knows, somebody might be willing to look at our conditions of rental back or a longer closing date. So I think that that's something that we should really look at as well.
Great. And I think that's probably a conversation we can have in the not too distant future. So we won't, I don't think it's probably, we should be including that in today's conversation or today's motion. But I do think that's something we can talk about in the not too distant future as well, because like I said, we do have some other properties over the course. I mean, it's kind of a fluid situation, I think, is what we're looking at here. So we're not going to be able to do this all at once. But I think today what we would like to do is deal with 11, 12, and 13 Market Square if we can. But in the not too distant future, maybe have that conversation as well. So January 30th. Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Martin.
Through you, Mayor, are we going to do anything to improve the looks of 12 Market Square before we sell it? Because it looks bad from Center Street, but it's also going to look bad to a buyer. So, I mean, it wouldn't cost much to put maybe a little plaster on the side of the building and paint it or whatever, like, and we probably can't do that this time of year, but I'm just, it's part of the looks when you drive down Center Street, that's all. And I'm just thinking a buyer, not just the impression people get of our town square, but a buyer's impression of that building. It might sell a little better if it looked a little better. And it wouldn't be a huge cost, I wouldn't think, to.
I think you're sort of suggesting staging it. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the words in the.
Suggesting what, sorry?
Staging it in the real estate.
Staging it,
In the
yeah.
real estate world.
Yeah.
I see Mr. Brown has come up. Maybe Chris can help us out here.
Thank you, Worship. To Councilor Martin. So not too long ago, I want to say it was last year, we did an exercise to find out what it would cost to fix that, particularly the west facing wall correctly, so that we would have it and last a long time after that. And it was considerably expensive, like upwards of $100,000. The west facing wall, the parging is coming off the original brick.
Right.
But there's actually a big bevel in the wall as well. And we think that was from past addition. So there's a lot to be done there. So
yeah, there's actually windows in that wall that's been covered up.
Yeah. So when the contractors were on site to look at it and how they would repair it to make it last a long time, there was a lot of concern with that wall. And so the parging is starting to literally fall off. And we actually had to punch a hole into it just to see how far back that existing brick is. It's really far back. And what we discovered was the original brick is actually not in really good shape either. So once you start taking things off and trying to repair it, you could run into a considerable amount of more problems. So we just have to factor that in. I understand what you're saying.
I was just thinking more of putting lipstick on a pig, basically, like not doing something that's going to last for 50 years, but something that's, I'm not suggesting hiding it from anybody either, but it just looks bad, that's all.
And just to answer that, it's now that our mindset has changed with where we're going to go in the future, that's definitely an option. But the way we'd want to fix it for a long time is definitely expensive.
Right.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Go ahead, Councilor Shank.
Well, you might as well take a demolition permit out on that building now because nobody's gonna buy that thing. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you might better tear it down because, you know what I mean? It's not worth anything now. So.
Well, I don't know if we want to get into that discussion right now, but I think what we should do is allow staff to list the building, put it on the market and see where we go with it. I mean, that's one of the options that we have. And I think that's probably where we should go with it, as opposed to trying to sit here today and establish what the value is and where we should go with it. And that, I think if we put it on the market and see where it goes, I think that's probably our best option. If it doesn't sell, then we'll have to go to a different plan. But what we need to do right now is decide, are we going to sell it and are we going to put it on the market? And let's see where it goes.
Well, through your worship, would we not be advised, of course, to get an assessment on all three market, like what is the fair market value for the three buildings? List them. If nobody wants them, or they only want the property there, because I think these two are in reasonably good shape, are they not? On 11 and 13.
I believe so, but again, I've never been through them, so.
Are we going to need parking once we revamp Market Square?
Those discussions are ones we haven't had yet,
Okay.
unfortunately. So.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Through your worship, being the fact we've got a generator that has to stay hooked up to keep power to lists, that might be an option we might want to look at, just demolition of this building here, leave it as a vacant lot or call it a parking lot. As we all know, parking is tight around the area for sure. Demolish the building, we're going to save, through expenses, heat, water, hydro, that sort of thing. Well, it's sitting there empty. If the building isn't that much of a dismay, we get any value out of it. So it might be something to take a look at.
Your worship, we do have a bylaw for disposition of sale of land that covers off most of what's being discussed, including we have to get an appraisal beforehand, and it has to come back to council. I would suggest, and I'm going to say this as delicately as possible, this conversation is getting into an area where we are prejudicing the sale of the building. And I don't really think that is helping our cause at all.
And yes, I agree with Mr. Zatterberg, is that the motion on the floor is to whether or not we want to try and sell this piece of property. We can have some further discussion on if we wish. We can call the vote, or we can see, we can withdraw, I guess, the motion if you want. But there are provisions that are set up, as we've heard, with respect to how we sell properties. And we spent a lot of time in the last term of council fixing those things up. That being said, I think we need to decide whether we want to sell it or whether we should just let the staff do what they need to do. And then they can come back, and if this isn't in the cards, they can let us know. Go ahead, Councilor Shank.
Can we give the direction to sell it? Then if there is a firm equitable bid for that property, do we still have to sell that property?
I don't believe so, but I'll look to
So
staff.
I'll call the question that we go ahead and we sell those three properties, and we just let staff run its course. And if there's nothing viable that comes back, then make that decision at the time.
And I think that's probably a good course. So go ahead, Jessica.
I just want to clarify, just for following our sale of land bylaw, that what council is doing here is officially declaring those three properties as surplus, which means that staff is then directed to start our process of looking at selling them. And this is going to be a resolution. These go on our surplus properties register. Okay.
We already did that anyway. So it's just
Yeah, I think we've already got a motion on the floor. Yeah. So is there any other discussions? I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you.
If I may, your worship, so we got the buildings, I think the Market Square and Town Hall development will skip for now because Brant's got some stuff in the second piece. I would like to get to the technology decisions. We did have preliminary discussions around, as previously mentioned, finance and HR systems. I would like to ask council to proceed with a payroll system. We would come back with an estimate of cost. I think we're around $15,000, but if council so pleases to approve that in principle, we'd come back with a proposition to actually acquire a payroll system to assist in our transition with payroll.
Very good. So we'll look towards a motion with respect to the payroll technology decision. Moved by Councillor Hicks, seconded by Councillor Shank. Are there any other questions, comments, or concerns? Yep, go ahead, Councillor Pennell.
Through your worship, to John, you're saying that's approximately $15,000, and if we put this motion and it passes, what guarantee, what kind of leeway are you looking for, so I know how much I want to spend?
So through your worship to Councillor Pennell, we've got some indicative costs that we've done. One is through our existing financial system. Another one's called, I think it's called ADP. We have some general ideas of costs, but we wanted to get council's decision on this. We will come back with a specific cost before we actually go and buy anything. Again, this would be you are in favor in principle of doing it, around $15,000, but before we actually go and write a check, we come back with the actual cost. And there is some internal discussion with staff in terms of which one of potentially two systems we buy.
And if the cost comes back and it's not acceptable to us, we can still withdraw that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Shank.
To John, this is the $300,000 system. This is just the $15,000 system.
So through
Yeah,
your worship, we started way up here
And you're down here like.
and
you
then
said.
we're now coming
I just
down.
wanted to make sure that's clipped and clear, that I totally understand it.
We've kind of read the room, figured out where we are. We've got some other work to do, but this is kind of a critical piece given some staff.
What you said earlier, I understood. Yep.
Okay.
Any other questions? Got a motion on the floor, am I correct? I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried.
I think the last one on this slide, your worship, before we get into, because we've got community groups coming up after this break, is direction on bylaw and animal control. Or do you have that, Jessica, in your other group?
There's slides at the end of this presentation.
Okay. So we'll skip through that. I think the only other one we were looking for, if I was to go through the slides in terms of what we've heard, we'll go back to that. We've got the direction on sales. The town hall work, I think we'll come back to later. Software upgrades we've got. Downtown involvement we'll look for later. So I think the next one in logical sequence is Councillor Shank's issue on bag tags. I'd be looking for a council discussion and some sort of general direction around what we do with bag tags in 2023.
Go ahead, Mike.
No, my only concern is because I don't know how, I just, maybe being the devil's advocate, there's a lot of property owners, all right, are going to be going ahead and paying, you know what I mean? A substantial increase in their taxes, whether it's even legal to put that in place, all right? Because like I stated through the Municipal Act, when I read through it, I couldn't understand it. I've gone through error rating and the pros and cons of it, but how this is, I see more problems than cures that would correct. So maybe I just open that up to everybody else, hear what their input is.
Yep, go ahead, Councillor Norrie.
Yeah, I see a lot of problems. And from someone who has their own business and takes it to work, they still got to pay out their taxes. I think we should leave it as is. It seems to be working. I know no one likes them, but use or pay. If you don't put any bags out, you don't pay anything. It's as simple as that. That's my opinion anyway. So I'm opposed to one freebie or put it on your taxes and just, if you want to put garbage out, you put a tag on it.
Great. Deputy Mayor Calver.
Through your worship. Yeah, I don't agree with it, putting a bag tag on taxes. I mean, you're paying either way, whether you're paying in your taxes or not. it's just a feel-good thing. I think we should just continue the way we're doing it now. User pay, put garbage out, you buy a bag tag. I see if we go the other direction, policing, like how do you control it? That's a lot of extra, I think, paperwork and so on and so forth to control it. So I think just let sleeping dogs lie.
Thank you. Counselor Pennell.
Hate to be the one, but can somebody please remind me why we're even talking about this? How did this come about? Because I forget.
It came up because it's underfunded to the tune of, I think, $600,000. So we've got to do something. So it's fine to say it's user pay, but right now it's a losing proposition. So if we were to equate this to something like your utilities, we separate utilities, your water and sewer from general, you'd be looking at a substantial increase because, and there was a resolution, and I know there was some issues, I wasn't here through COVID, where there was some freebies given, but there was a resolution to the extent that at some point in time, we start raising the rates of bag tags such that we could actually make this a zero-sum game. But right now, at the end of the day, the general taxpayer, correct me if I'm wrong, Paul, is still paying for this.
Yeah.
Disproportionately, because what we don't collect in bag tag fees is lost revenue that we could be putting towards other services in the municipality.
So currently for every $3 bag tag sold, the ratepayer is actually paying, I think it's about $3.50 on their taxes.
So correct me if the numbers are something like $1.3 million for the service. We're collecting around $600,000 for bag tags, which means you've got $700,000 that Paul takes out of general taxation to pay that bill. Which means there's $700,000 that we're not putting towards other services.
Right, okay. And then
that's how the discussion came up, is because we're losing money on it.
Right, okay. And then I guess maybe I did remember, I shouldn't have said that. I don't remember. I just wanted the discussion. Yeah, that's right. The thing is, and then I also see in the report that then the second and third bag tag would be increased, but we don't have a number of that, or we increase the.
So we were, spitballing, if you want to call it that. The first bag was $3 to incentivize people not to have more than the second bag tag. So I don't think it's a lot of work. You basically say to Waste Management, if there's one bag in front of the house, you pick it up. If there's two bags, it has to have a bag tag on the second one, or you don't pick it up. So the incentivization then is use one bag, it's in your taxes, second bag, you could charge them $4 or $5 because that then becomes your incentive to decrease your waste.
Okay. So if I may, just my last comment is that how do we control, there's upcoming changes with the blue box, and what if I just put out a half a bag a week? What stops me from filling that up with other product? Because your assumption is it's being paid for anyway. I might as well put everything I can in that bag.
Well, there's all kinds of human behavior considerations, right? I could throw all my paper in a garbage bag and say, I don't want to recycle it. What we're saying is that, and I think the numbers, if I'm not mistaken, Chrissy did a report, which basically says, I think the average is 0.75. So if you were to say the average resident who has garbage picked up gets 3/4 of a bag picked up. So in other words, every 4 weeks, there's 3 bags put out. So I could argue, I guess, at the end of the day, there might be an additional charge of $3 per month per taxpayer in order to make this even. It's also, I think, in the scheme of things, we're looking at what other municipalities do in terms of your other municipalities that actually mail out bag tags as part of your tax bill, but then you're still handling documents, you're dealing with stuff that you don't necessarily need to deal with. So our thought process was that this is still unequitable, not inequitable way of dealing with waste management. At the end of the day, you can't treat everybody everybody lives differently, but that this was a way to try and solve the issue of basically it's a lost proposition what you're doing right now. you're losing money.
Yep, go ahead, Counselor Shank.
Now, was that based on per tax bill or based on per residential residence?
I believe that analysis.
The analysis that Christie did was based on those people that had a dump truck, had a garbage truck stop at their driveway to pick up garbage.
Yeah.
Peter, did you have anything else, please?
So how, may I ask,
Yeah, go
how
ahead,
would you,
Counselor Shank.
how would you look after apartments?
Through your worship, that's typically they don't have pickup. Quite often they'll look after that waste themselves through a bin system. So they weren't included in those original numbers. So it was just that the average home that would place a bag at the curb, that was the intended target of this. I would like to add just one more thing if I could as well. Whether it's part of tax, whether you're trying to capture the first bag in taxation or whether you go to just try to go full cost recovery through a tag system, all that's still a short-term game. A consideration council needs to look at is we do have one active landfill site for the municipality. No means of any money going towards it for long-term care, closure in the future. If you ever had to try to find another site, which is extremely difficult, long process and very expensive, we need to start contributing some funds to stuff like that. Or, 30, 40 years down the road, there's going to be some pretty tough decisions that have to be made, and we won't be prepared to have any financial resources for them.
Yep, go ahead.
It's the same token is the way I look at it too is, now quote me if I'm wrong here, but we have about $8.5 million in general government that we have to write taxes. 8.5 million.
It's, as far as the tax levy, it's
Yeah, for tax-
14 million.
Yeah, but just when I've gone through here is about $8.5 million for your staff, or right for, for
Yeah.
everything else, and then $8 million for contracted services. So that's $16.5 million. Now, thank goodness we get some other grants and some other revenues to offset that. But if you have a population of 16,000, that's man, woman, and child in this municipality is over $1,000 it's costing us. So when you do it, when you break it down, cost per unit of what it actually costs us, our business plan of what we do and how we do it, that's just my own personal feeling. I might be way off base, but has to change, or we have to do certain things like, we're doing another study, this, that, which yes, I think these are all things, but the garbage is, if it's, now you're putting that bill, when it back to garbage, if you're putting a bill that's already on a tax bill, all right, that you're going to put that $3 on that tax bill. And then the next one they have to pay for it. Isn't that just a nice way of slapping them in the face or just going ahead and paying it for the $3? So instead of I'm going to pay another $3 on my tax bill, all right, but I'm going to have to pay up front, where it's just another way of hiding the hurt. No, yes, I don't know.
I don't think so.
No.
I put out a bag of garbage every week.
Yeah.
So what it means is I don't go buy garbage bag tags. It's paid through my taxes.
Yeah.
That's as simple as I can put it. So if you say to me, I don't put out a bag of garbage, I only do it every 2 weeks, then you're paying more. But if you put out a bag of garbage every week, and I live on Dundas Street, everybody knows, it seems like most people have a bag of garbage out every week. So this was the underlying assumption that you pay it through your taxes. You don't have to go. The other thing it does is if I'm not selling bag tags anymore, it's one less thing that I do at the municipal office where I can start becoming a little bit more efficient because I'm doing more value added things as opposed to selling stickers for all intent and purposes.
Counselor Hicks, go ahead.
So Counselor Shank referenced every man, woman, and child in the municipality. And every man, woman, and child in the municipality creates garbage. You create it, you have to pay to get rid of it. A $600,000, that to me is mind-blowing, that it's lost revenue. You're absolutely right. And as Mr. Dafo said, we have one landfill site for this municipality, and when it's gone, it's gone. I think maybe, I don't know if that's the right dollar figure that we should be using. Maybe it shouldn't be quite so severe. as to, what was it, 152 per residential tax bill? Is that what we were talking about putting?
It's 52 times
52
156.
times three, yeah, it's
52
still about
weeks
100
times $3.
Close.
Close. It's either an incentive to get smarter about how you purchase products and dispose of the crap that comes with them. Or my biggest fear is I live on County Road 9 and I really don't want to have to be picking up 2 extra garbage bags every time I cut the grass alongside the road. I don't, there's, you know, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. Like, my gut does tell me that if you build it into the tax bill and you pay for 1 extra bag tag, people will be more amenable to that because it's not a hidden cost, but it's not, what do you mean you forgot to pick up bag tags and now we got to sit on this bag of garbage for another week, right? Like, at least you can get rid of the stinky one, keep the one that's not stinky if you have to. I don't know. I guess I'm in favor. I guess I would have to say I'm in favor. The one concern though, in a rural area is community garbage boxes. And that's gonna be a tough one. You have a private road, you got the big plywood box at the top. And which neighbor is not following the rules? Right? Which bag gets left behind?
I think we've got Christie on the screen. Let's hear from Christie and see what Christie has to say, and we'll continue the conversation after. That may or may not answer some of our questions. So go ahead, Christie.
Through your worship, I think John and Peter have done a great job kind of speaking to most of my points. Just one thing I just really wanted to reiterate is that looking at the curbside collection costs for 2023, we're looking at about $1.4 million. Based on average bag tag sales currently at $3, we're just, in revenue, we're just over 600,000. But looking at residential properties in the municipality, if we were to charge each of those the $3 as we're discussing here, we're looking at about 1.1 million, just over 1.1 million in revenue there to help cover those costs. If we don't do that, based on our average bag tag sales at $5 a tag, we're just getting to $1 million in revenue to help cover that cost. So if we don't look at the $3, which I mean, this is up to council's decision and we're open to suggestions for sure, we're going to have to significantly increase the cost of those tags just because for whatever reason, whether people are sneaky about the way they're tagging, but we're not recouping those costs.
Thanks, Christie. There were some other questions. Go ahead, Bill.
I just wanted to make one comment about if we have one free bag and you have to put a tag on the second bag, maybe not everybody, but a lot of people are going to do everything they can to make sure they only have one bag. So you could have increased garbage in ditches, like Angela's saying. In my mind, that's what people would do. They're going to do everything they can not to have a second bag. They may take it out to McDonald's or Tim Hortons or wherever as well and dump it in the bins or behind Exit Realty, which we have all the time out there. I just don't think having a free bag is a good idea. I don't think it's an incentive. I think it's a disincentive myself. I think you're going to have extra garbage lying around or being disposed of improperly. That's just my opinion.
Yep. Go ahead, Councilor Hicks.
So this is a question through your worship to Paul and Peter. If we collect on the tax bill, are monies going to then be put directly into a reserve fund for the care and maintenance of the landfill site, or a portion of the monies collected?
I think initially, according to Christie's conversation, is putting on tax bills is not even going to get us to a point where we're covering our costs. Peter is saying is then after that, you've got a problem about what are we doing in the future when that landfill is exhausted and you've got to do something else. Short-term immediate problem, and then there's a longer term that we're not even breaking even to the point that we can start contributing to a reserve to solve a future problem.
Go ahead, Pete.
Through your worship, just to go back to Councillor Pennell's comment about what happens when the recycling costs get paid for through the province through the full producer responsibility. That is the window of opportunity where, you know, regardless of what we do for bag tags in or out of taxation and tags for it, the savings there it opens that window for us to look at the long-term gain. So.
Go ahead, Councillor Shank.
Nothing wrong with these ideas. You know what I mean? First of all, number one, can you legally do it? All right. Number two is that the last time when the prices went up, of course, South Fred is in the south, but your only landfill site. And then the trucks and all the garbage that blows off. And then I had another farmer where somebody dumped off 28 bags, phoned the municipality, said it's not their problem. So when people dump off garbage, who's going to pick it up? Because I picked up 28 bags just along the Highway 33 from one end of the Bay Shore Road to the other. So all I'm saying is when this happens, do I phone Jeff or you, Peter, and say, send the boys out to pick up the garbage? Because if it ends up being a problem, I don't want to go ahead and play catch up and saying, oh, what are you going to do? You know, if we impose to change the rules that if somebody's dumping garbage because that extra bag or whatever, you know what I mean? If that happens, it shouldn't be the person that happens to live in the south when you're coming through town, going to my neck of the woods, and people are dumping their garbage or blowing off the trucks. Picking it up. Because if you go down number one from Conway, the amount of garbage in that ditch is just atrocious. I just want responsibility. So.
Yeah, and go ahead, Paul.
So the costs are going up 7.6% of picking up. The alternative is to increase the bag tags, as Christy said. If you're already paying for a bag, you're not going to throw it in the ditch for the bag that you're already paying for. That part doesn't make sense. Now, if you're going to argue about the second bag being thrown in the ditch, that's a different argument. But I would argue that charging upfront, you're already paying for one bag a week. That's going to be one bag a week less per resident, possibly in the ditch. So I would argue the other way.
But who's going to pick it up? That's all I want to know.
Who we got next? Peter, go ahead.
Through your worship, with respect to picking waste up, we do that on a regular basis now based on if we get a complaint. And then the garbage is typically inspected. And if there's an enforcement perspective that can be followed up with, that will occur. But I just want to give you a bit of history during COVID. So during COVID, we did a short period of time where residents could put waste to the curb for free. And during that period of time, our roads crew picked up waste alongside the road. I think it's less related to cost than it is to a habit of a small amount of people. So
all I care is I can phone Peter up and they'll get it picked up. That's all.
Brian, go ahead.
Through your worship. Back when we first signed the contract, I thought there was a slide scale that was approved for the cost of bag tags. I thought it was, you know, to work its way and slide it up. And I just don't know where I would look to find that original document, because it was approved for a slide scale at the time. And it was said that when the time comes, we're going to be having these discussions, and here we are. So with that, if we're not going to follow a slide scale, I think the option is, of course, is to include one in with your taxes and police the problems as they come. Like the problem I see is when you get an apartment down on Dundas Street that's got 2 units or 3 units in it, and they're placing their garbage out on the curb, you're gonna have a hard time figuring out who's following the rule, who isn't. That's just something we're gonna have to deal with, because we're either gonna have to put the bag tags up, follow that slide scale, and I think right now we should be up around 5 or 550. If I remember it correctly, it was ridiculous, but it is what it is. Everything's going up, so we're losing $700,000 right now. That could go somewhere. So we need to figure it out.
Just just to that, I remember having those conversations in the last term of council, and the conversation went in the direction is where's the breaking point where people aren't going to use the system? Is it at $3? Is it at $4? Is it at $5 a bag? And I think if my memory serves me right, the consensus was we're near that breaking point now. We might be able to squeeze another 50 cents or $1 a bag out of it, but who's going to put a $5 bag tag on a bag of garbage? And that's kind of where that conversation, and I'll allow everybody else to talk, but I guess this is where I'm looking at it is that we're going to add $156 per year on every tax bill. We are looking at a 6, 5, 7% tax increase on every tax bill. The taxes are going to get reasonably out of control here right shortly. And if we keep adding on to it, it's going to make it unbearable or unattainable for a lot of people within our community. So what I'm hearing is that there's a lot of questions or concerns around this right now. And I think they're bona fide ones. I think Councillor Hicks brought up a very good point, is the fact that most of the municipality, or most of the rural municipalities south of Napanee for sure, has a lot of unmaintained road allowances where you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 houses on them. We have garbage boxes at the top. I know down south in Mike's ward, there's down at the far corner of the world, there's a garbage box down there that may service 6, 7, 8, 10 houses or more, right? So there seems to be some questions with respect to how we do this and where we go with it. I understand the concept. I get the concept. I see where we're going with the one free bag per household. I just see some challenges at this point that we don't have the answers to. But we need to go in a direction. So is the direction to, I mean, I'll look for a motion and we can vote on it. Yeah. But I think we should make a decision on this, whether this is the right time to do it during the 2023 budget year, when we know that we're going to have a substantial tax increase for each person, or is it, do we need to do this year? Should we do it maybe in 2024 and look at it? I realize that we are losing money on garbage, and we're going to continue to lose money on garbage because we have to have a $7 or $8 garbage bag of garbage just in order to break even. So in any event, if there's any conversation that come out of my conversation or questions, go ahead. So Councilor Purnell.
Thank you, Worship. It was something I was going to say, but it goes along with what you were saying. So one way or the other, we have $1.4 million to look for, to pay for garbage. So one way or the other, that needs to be paid. If we go with the current way that we're doing it now with $3 a bag, Christy mentioned to us that that's about $600,000 for the amount of bag tags that are being sold now. Therefore, it leaves $800,000 left over. That will be converted into a percentage that will be added to our tax bill anyway. So it's either going to be $800,000 that the taxpayer is going to be paying somehow, or if we do the $3 per every residential, that's going to bring us an inventory, an income of $1.1 million, and therefore we have $300,000. So either way, there's monies to be spent here. And do we hit everybody, or do we hit just the users? So we users meaning raise the bag tags. So that's really the question. We still have to pay the monies, right?
So an interesting perspective. So if you look at, I'm not going to say I'm an area. So someone living on Dundas Street that pays $4,000 in property tax, right? So 156 on 4,000, which is your increase. Or if you're losing $800,000, which is about a tax increase of about 4%, 4.5%.
A little bit more.
Yeah, a little bit more, right? So 140 per point. So you figured out that 800,000, you're going to raise taxes for everybody anyway to make up the difference. Or the people pay $156 to have your. I'm not saying either way. I'm just saying your numbers do different things to you, right?
And also the fact that we're talking about $156 additional in the tax bill, which would be offset by the $3 that you would. The concept is that would come against or offset the cost of going out and
Because you're
buying those
increasing,
bag
you're
tags.
increasing my taxes by $156, but realistically, you're just saving me trips to the metro because I don't go to town hall to buy my bag tags.
Go ahead, Ann.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, let's have a motion. We'll see where we go with it.
No, there's only so much you can defer. I make the motion that this be investigated, that the numbers be present, like a full-on proposal be made, and when it's going to be implemented to add $156 to residential tax bill where there is curbside pickup. And whether or not it is legal. I don't defer, what is deferring this is not going to change the facts, and the facts are there's a shortfall. And if I were to go home and tell my husband, hey, we're getting hit with a 4% increase just for garbage and not anything else, well, I won't get his boat next time. And the people that are going to complain about this are the people that are not already buying bag tags. Right?
No.
Yes. The people that are buying a bag tag and putting out one bag a week aren't going to complain. If I don't have to run next door at 9 o'clock at night to borrow a bag tag for my in-laws, I'll be happy camper. I'm just being realistic here.
So we have a motion. Do we have someone that wants to second it? Counselor Nori.
Do we have a recorded vote?
We sure can.
Discussion?
And discussion. Discussion will happen now that we have a motion on the floor. Go ahead, Counselor Pennell.
Jeez, Bob. I thought we already had the discussion.
Well, my discussion is now on your motion.
Okay,
not on-
sorry.
On the prior, right? So we can have the discussion on the motion. I believe with the motion, we're asking staff to go back and grab numbers that we already kind of have. And in effect, it is kind of deferring it because they wanted an answer today, whether to implement it or not. But if they come back to us, then we'd have to vote on it again to say it was okay. Correct?
Your worship, if I may
Go ahead.
clarify, so what we're looking for today is if we get 4 counselors to say, yeah, add it to the tax bill and look at it, then I think, a couple of things we'd want to do is we'd probably put this on social media that we may be doing it. So it's going to get some traction, because last thing you then want to do is go and buy 100 bag tags, because we'd have to then refund them. So people would get their eye on that. We'd look at potential implementation dates, because you just can't do this, turn it on a dime. So whether it's April or July, we'd figure that out. We'd consult with anybody, we'd consult with the company. I would assume, Christy, you're still, your head's still there. So we'd consult with the company in terms of, some of those mechanisms. We'd want to figure out the most equitable way of dealing with landlords and things like that. So there might be some things that, this is to get the issue on the table so we can fully flush it out. And come back, I would suggest, prior to the approval of the budget, saying this is how we would do it. And if there are no showstoppers, then we would simply keep going. That's what we're looking for. Or if 4 counselors said, no, we're not going to do it, then we go back and start recrafting the budget with an $800,000 shortfall in garbage. Or say, if you're not going to do that, then are you at least going to increase the bag tags? But at some point in time, council has to make a decision, status quo, increase the price of bag tags, or build it in a tax bill. And we'd like to get one of those 3 from you today.
Okay, Counselor Shank.
So all I'm saying is the legality of it, whether you can legally do it, and that it's on where you're currently picking up, not by per tax bill. There's a lot of farmers that have vacant land that you're not going to get nailed.
No, and all
You know
the stuff we're doing, 3 worships, all the stuff that Christie has in terms of analysis is based on where that truck
Where they're
stops.
currently picking up right now. Yeah, but as long as that is for sure, then why not? Yeah, you can look into it and go ahead and find out whether it'll work, whether it'll not work, whether I pay now or later. But number 1 is legality of it. Number 2 is that people that have numerous numerous tax bills, that it's just where they're getting picked up, not right now, then you want to look into it, not a problem.
Counselor Hicks.
So I'll go back to change management. So this is change management on a big scale. And you pointed out, Don, putting it on social media. I think the numbers have to be very clear. Like, we have to pay this, but we have no way of paying it unless it's lost revenue. So if it can be crafted, and I totally agree, get it out there and get people talking about it. And
I think,
Yeah.
Christie, I see that, there was a report that was, and I'm a little bit off on the numbers, but I knew it was around 1 point something million and we're
Yep.
only collecting 6. And
Yep.
there was a motion, I think, in 2019 to gradually increase it such that it became cost neutral, but there was no exact definition in terms of what that ladder looked like in terms of the amounts, the nominal. amounts. So like I said, that would be the other option.
Anything further? Any other discussions?
Before we vote, can I just clarify the resolution?
Absolutely.
So I believe I have your resolution, which was that the waste collection costs be investigated in detail and a full proposal be presented for a tax levy for the value of 1 garbage bag per week for each property receiving curbside waste collection. Okay. And that is a proposal, not authorization to go stick this on tax bills.
Exactly.
Councilor Pennell?
I was just wondering if we should add in when we could receive that, when we could see that report.
As in a due date?
What's reasonable?
Well, we're gonna need it here very shortly because we're gonna get near the end of budget time. Would Christie be the one to ask that, Mr. Vincent?
Yes, you would, your worship. And we would have to have it well in advance of the second budget meeting, right? So Christie, I guess you're up.
Sorry, I don't know for sure when the next budget meeting is offhand. Is it a couple of weeks or is it later in February?
I believe it is February 16th.
Okay. I don't know that we will have everything by then, but we can commit to having attempting to try to get as much as we can. We'll certainly begin our research right away and try to have something together.
And we're not looking at passing the budget until the first meeting, council meeting in March. So
okay,
this is a second budget meeting, but then it'll finally pass in March.
But we should have a better idea or a better grasp by the 16th. Christie should be able to put something together. We have a better idea as to where we may want to go with it, I'm guessing.
And the
Yeah.
legalities.
Was
I think the legality of doing it is the first priority, right? What we're proposing, and then
and the motion
numbers.
will cover that, I guess.
I would think so. That's got to be included in our full proposal. yes.
Right.
Okay.
Councillor Morton, did you still want this as a recorded vote?
As long as we're not voting to put it on the tax bill,
Not yet.
I'm okay with no recorded vote.
So just for clarity, do we need a friendly amendment on that, or do we add in the dates that we're gonna have it back by?
I'll leave that up to Madam Clerk.
Through your worship, I don't believe that's necessary. I believe staff understand that council is not willing to pass a budget without this information, so.
Okay.
This information.
So we are in position to call for the vote then, I guess. Are we? Are we all done? All in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. I think at this point, we want to have a break, do we not? Or do we want to push on through?
We've been at it for what,
2 hours? I think at this point, we'll take a 15-minute break and we'll be back with you at 3:45. Thanks. And we're going to continue on. Mr. Pinson, if you go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. So we're on slide 5, and we're just going to finalize a couple of things in terms of what we've heard. One of our initial discussions, we talked with some of the people that we're looking at getting. There's a CE tech in there for infrastructure. There's a planning tech for growth and expansion. There are firefighters in there for the fire department. So what I want to do is I just want to bring some of this stuff back to council in terms of thinking. The CE tech for infrastructure, there's some potential cost savings in terms of the capital budget. So I'm going to ask the infrastructure, and they're prepared to come back with a bit of an analysis in terms of what that additional body could save us in terms of capital expenditures, so that council has a full review. The planning technician for growth and development, we've had some internal discussions, and based on some of the work we're going to do with our people in 99 Advance in terms of repositioning, we're going to wait until that work is done before we actually decide on what we do with the planning tech. Jess is going to talk a little bit later on bylaw, so that will deal with that piece. And then the last firefighters, I think, is an important issue not to lose. And I've spoken to the fire chief around, I think, the immediate urgency of keeping the contracted firefighter, which we have in the budget for 2023, is the immediate need. And I think what we need to then do is through the regulating bylaw, chief?
Correct.
ENR bylaw, we need to have that discussion relatively soon with council, so that if we cannot afford additional firefighters, then we may have to cut back or reevaluate the services we provide to the community, which is a fair discussion to have, right? In terms of what we do. So I think that's where we park that. So I just wanted to get that. So you've got the public works. We're going to come back with something that says this is the offsets. Planning technologists, we're going to defer because I think we have some work to do within 99 Advance. Fire, we're going to do some work in terms of the ENR bylaw. We are going to do an organizational review in terms of the functions of the departments at 99 Advance. And we're going to get to legislative services as part of our bylaw discussions. So where we are now is we're going to jump ahead to, before I go to that, I want to get the last thing of what I thought we heard the last one, and depending on our last discussion, if I heard it right, was that we would like to separate out the operating and maintenance tax and the capital tax when it comes to the levies. This is important. There's no decision that has to be made today because we're not deciding on taxes today or expenditures or budgets. But when we come back and talk to capital at our next budget session, because I think there's an understanding we are not getting to it today, we need council to come prepared. As Councillor Shank talked earlier about, we have to start changing some of the way we do business and making sure we're funding for the future. We're going to start having a holistic discussion around what does tax levies for capital in the future look like, because as you've seen in previous budgets where our requirements are going like this and our budgets are going like this, we've got to get reserves back up. So there's going to have to be a capital tax levy structure process determined at the next meeting. So I think if everybody's happy with the separation of those two, then I'm going to park it there. I don't think I need a resolution unless somebody is going to vehemently disagree with me. Is that fair?
Go ahead, Mike.
I have no problem separating it. I have two separate tax line items, operational and your capital. As long as staff and senior staff are very well aware of that, what the total is.
So at some point in time, you have to be able to add those two numbers up and come to one number.
Yeah.
What we're trying to do is give a little bit more transparency around what we need for capital infrastructure moving forward so that people can see what they're paying for.
Yeah. May I ask one other
Go
thing?
ahead, Mike.
Sorry. I totally understand the fire retention. All right. That seventh one I was on for quite some time, and what the chief is asking for, I think, is my belief is, guys, for that extra contracted person that we currently have right now. There's no reason why not. I think we should have that as a full-time complement person, not as a contract. If you want to discuss it now or later, it's totally up to you as the mayor. But I'm fully in favor of having that extra person, because you only have two chiefs. You don't have three chiefs now. And I understand what's happened, but to have that extra person that's currently now as the 7th position, all right, I think he's a definite asset to the community. I know if that person there in with the complement and the rotation that the chief is planning, I think would be an excellent asset to the community. And you know how tight I am. So, you know, that's just my thoughts when it comes to, sorry, don't laugh too much, John, but all I'm saying is that that's something that that's my views on that.
I'm good. I'm good to deal with it. If you want to deal with it and make it by way of motion, I'm good to deal with it. And we can, or would we rather come back, chief?
So I think where we are through your worship is that we will keep that baked in the budget. So what we're going to do now is, again, take what we've heard today and you'll see this budget come back. So anything that we know that you disagreed with, which I don't think has been much so far, we'll continue on to get that budget in place and say, this is what we've heard. So I think we're okay.
Okay, perfect. Where to next?
I think we'll go to slide 20 something or other. Grant, you know where we are? 32.
Okay, so looking at slide 32, what we did was we took a deep dive into the building condition assessments that were done. Looking at the totals for 2022 and 2023, because we didn't do anything in 2022, it was the number that you see there on the slide, the total of 1.2 million was much higher, more than double. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to look at it very realistically, look at all of our facilities, identify, 1, 2, or 3 priorities that really need to be done. There are some facilities that we have that aren't on the list because we recommend just continuing to maintain them in our operating. But this is the list of things that we do need to do. So just starting at South Fred Hall, the number 1 priority is the roof. The roof does need a complete replacement. We had a recent inspection done. They give us 3 recommendations. The number 1 rated recommendation has the longest life expectancy and the longest warranty. And so it's $400,000. There are other options, cheaper options. The cheapest one was $250,000. Again, it's just less life expectancy and less warranty, more of a temporary fix. But I wanted to put the highest amount in there just so we have an idea of how much that roof is going to cost. The second priority there would to be continue to improve the shell of the building and replace the exterior windows and doors. And then years ahead, we can start looking at the HVAC and cosmetic repairs inside, including washrooms, kitchen, things like that. But we really need to focus on the shell first. 12 Market Square, I'll skip over, along with 11 and 13 on this list because obviously we're going to put them up for sale. Strathcona Paper Center, number 1 priority is both ice, the lift gate ice doors where the actual ice resurfacing machine goes out onto the ice. On the home hardware rink, we had significant issues this year. Some of the components on those lift gates are starting to fail. They're approaching 20 years old. They're original to the building. The rods at the top that rotate as the door lifts and drops, we had to weld them 4 or 5 times this year. So they are starting to fail. We looked into replacing components to the door. It's not possible anymore because the technology has changed, and the company that installed them actually has changed their whole approach in terms of like the width of the gate as well. So it's about $50,000 per side. It's definitely an option to do one side this year, maybe one side next year. So we can look into options like that to save on this list. But that is something that we do need to do. It is a bit of a safety concern. We don't want any one of those doors failing. The next priority for the Strathcona Paper Center would be doing all the rubber flooring on the home hardware rink. I say all, but really I mean all the rubber flooring up the hallway in between the dressing rooms and the ice surface. It's all original to the building. All the rubber inside the dressing rooms is original. We would propose doing rooms 5 and 6, which are the first 2 rooms closest to the lobby. They're obviously have had the most foot traffic over the years because they're closest to the lobby. So the rooms 7 and 8 that are a little further down are actually in better shape, and we could probably hold off doing those. And then the last thing is the rooftop heat exchangers. The building condition assessment actually called to replace all 8 of the rooftop units in their entirety, which is not necessary because of the proactive work that we've been doing over the years. So we've replaced the heat exchangers, which is, one of the most expensive components of the rooftop units, in 6 of 8. And so we just wanted to be able to do those last 2 so that we could say all 8 were done. So moving on to the South Side Garage. This is just in conversation with the Public Works Manager. The number one thing he would like to do is put a new roof on that garage. It is metal sloped roof, looking at roughly $100,000. Public Works Yard here in town, they would like to put new shingles on the salt dome. Again, that's in conjunction with the condition that those shingles are in right now. That is the number one priority for the Public Works Manager to do. Out at Selby, the Richmond Barns, $62,000. That is to completely replace the metal siding that's in the salt building out in Selby. North Fred Hall, we've seen an increased level of participation in North Fred Hall with all of our community groups. What we'd like to do there is continue to improve that building. We've done a lot of work there in the last couple of years, including HVAC, air filtration, new flooring in some of the rooms. What we would like to do is replace the vinyl tile that goes up through the middle of the building. It's also in the main lobby, the washrooms. It's really starting to lift and show its age. So we'd really like to replace that. And there's also carpet in the committee room as you first come in the back door. No matter how much we clean that, you just can't make it look new. And so we'd like to replace that with a more durable, maybe a vinyl plank or something like that. The next one is the train station. Again, just haven't spent a lot of building maintenance money on this building in the past years. There's definitely some exterior masonry repairs that need to be done. And then the rest is sort of cosmetic inside the waiting room. We'd like to fix up some of the drywall, the interior stuff, painting, things like that. Moving on to the library. We've replaced all the lighting inside the library, upgrade to ballast-free LED. So we've done a lot of work in there as well lately, but we'd like to just touch up the exterior of the building. Some of the brickwork and siding is starting to fail. Dorland Fire Station. So we'd like to upgrade the furnaces to a more high efficient propane furnace. There's multiple furnaces there, still burning oil there, if I'm correct. The dog pound, so that's 53 Community Road, we would like to do the E-trough and downpipes. So I think that building will come up again too later on. But and then just some soft landscaping around. So when you first come into the parking lot there, it really does look like it's in rough shape. We just need to tidy up the gardens, clearly define where the grass is and the gardens start, where the parking lot is. Again, it's minor, but it adds up. And that's a building that we just recently took on, so we haven't had time to really invest in that one. The last one being Selby Hall, pretty minor cost of $5,000. Again, we've done all the ballast-free LED lighting, panel lighting in the ceilings in Selby Hall, and there are some wall-mounted lights inside and outside in that hall that we would like to also improve to the LED option. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Any questions for Chris or comments?
Yeah, through your worship, Chris. The roof for South Fred Hall, what type of roof is there now?
So it's steel.
It's a steel, so it's not a flat roof or nothing. It's got a pitch and everything to it.
There's a very small percentage of pitch. Actually, the main issues there, when they did the addition of the library, where the roof, the existing hall roof meets the library roof, there's a trough. And that trough drains the water obviously down to the ground, but it's actually right in the middle of the library room. And so what's happened, we've done many different things to try and repair that, but including spray foaming the inside. We've repaired that roof since I've been here many times. And it's just to the point where it's completely failing, where we've had water running inside the building.
Yeah, I know, I'm aware there's been water leakage inside. I was just, because you said there was, talk around 200,000 versus 400,000 warranty. I was just, I had no idea what was there for roof. So, thank you.
Councilor Hicks?
Are you looking at replacing the entire roof end side to side, or just the library portion where you have the problem?
It would, that price there is for the entire thing.
The entire.
Yeah.
Does the entire thing have to be done right now, or?
Yeah, based on the photographs in the report that we got during the inspection, it was highly recommended that the entire thing be done. So even the call it portions of the roof that are in good shape are really starting to fade and rust, and anywhere where there's caulking or sealant is starting to really chip away, and it is in really rough shape. Yes.
Any other questions, comments? Councilor Hicks.
Through you, one more question. I see you have everything listed by dollar value. Which ones do you see as like critical to be done this year? Like, you've gone highest to lowest, but is South Fred actually the most critical, or is it the shingles on the salt dome? So that's kind of where I'm coming from.
As part of that conversation, is South Fred Hall is one of the buildings that we recommended, staff recommended that council should consider selling.
Yeah, oh, I realize that.
And the dog pound is going to be so.
Mhm.
Where it ends up on the priority list would all depend on council's decision on the disposition of that building.
Well, no, so if we take South Fred and the dog pound, stay with me. If we take South Fred and the dog pound out of the equation, what building, what work is priority? Is it SPC? Is it, I'm gonna say the wall mounted lights at Selby can be lower on the list. So.
Yeah, that's definitely an exercise that I can kind of put in front of you for the future. But I think for me, the most important things are safety related. So if there's a risk of equipment failure or, the roof caving in or something like that. So definitely South Fred would be high on the list, because we got to fix that roof, and we can't do any other improvements, or we shouldn't do any other improvements to that building until we do that. So, if we were to keep South Fred Hall, like, that's definitely a high priority. The lift gates at the Strathcona Paper Center are like, that's an actual ongoing safety concern for our staff at the rink. So that's definitely high on my list.
Number one. Okay.
The rubber flooring at the rink, same kind of thing. It's actually starting to lift in certain spots and creating a potential trip hazard.
Yep.
So I think the most important things for me, and I can kind of go into this in detail, but are actually safety related. And then, the cosmetic things and the things that make our buildings kind of stand out as being in good shape, they're maybe not as much of a priority, but you have to remember, the longer we hold off on these recommendations from the building condition assessments, the more and more we get behind. And so we just have to make sure we're staying up with putting a little bit of money into these buildings, just like we do for other things like roads and bridges and things like that.
So so North Fred Hall, it gets a lot of heavy use. Do we know what revenue that brings in through community groups and rentals? Because it's a low cost, I would think, to replace the flooring.
North Fred Hall right now is being used as, so the example here is that it's one of those services that we are now have a partner for. So part of the Boys and Girls Club running the camp there is that they do not pay rent for that space. And then we had pre-existing agreements with a couple other community groups that do not pay rent on that space. And the idea behind that philosophy is that we're providing like incubation for these programs to get off the ground and become successful. And we didn't want to hamper them by making them pay rent when they basically had no structure around them.
Right, okay. So no revenue, but basically a critical, not critical service, but a valued community service.
Right. So the currency for us on this one is footsteps.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people using the space. Yeah.
Okay, good enough.
Here was a prime example. I was on council at the time, North Fred Hall, when it was built, we had a bad windstorm and actually separated the wall away from the brick against the wall, from the wall. So we put some money into it and we've kept the upkeep into it. All right. That's the reason why it's a state of repair. It is the Boys and Girls Club, when they were using and they wanted to establish a Boys and Girls Club, that was a facility that was still fairly close to town. All right. And that we went ahead and decided to go ahead and say, here's a building, you know, to have the usage. It's just a community service. And the same example here, South Fred, it's been let go. As soon as the county put that addition on for the county library onto that thing, because it's an old Butler building, and that valley has leaked as soon as they built it. So I know there was some, you know, the builder had to come back and fix it, but it's always leaked there. Now, you probably have a $430,000 building, and it's going to cost you $430,000 to do a roof. Now, is there any way, did you ever get a price on just fixing that valley correctly? Because it's just a Butler building, isn't it just a tar and stone roof on that?
So I don't have those numbers in front of me, but we did discuss that. You have to basically kind of look at redoing the pitch. Yeah. So it's definitely a cheaper option. I would have to come back to the exact numbers. Can't remember them off the top of my head.
The only reason why I'm stating this is because, you know, my philosophy is like, I like to retain one building in the south. Fiscally, there's no way you can go ahead and spend $430,000 on a roof, you know, on a $430,000 building. All right. But what can you do in piecework? Can we fix where the serious problem is? And as you know, it's like you taking a debenture over a building for a period of time. What we're going to do is do over a period of time, bring that upkeep like we've done in the North Fred and other halls, bring that up so there isn't that constant problem that we have. So if I could get a price back and say what would cost to actually fix where the serious problem is, all right? Because I own some buildings that have tar and chips, you know, the cosmetics, if you have a heavy rainfall, sometimes the gravel all goes to one side and you go, oh my goodness, it's gonna look like terrible. But is that the problem where it is? Let's deal with the problem where it's leaking and get that fixed, number one, just to keep the structure intact.
And I think Chris can bring some of those numbers back, because I do believe we saw them some time ago, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Chris.
Yeah, I have it in some regard. I talked to the inspector about that kind of option. He spent a lot of time over on that section. But in saying that, since then we have had some damage in other parts of the hall as well. So like, and I can bring the inspection in front of council as well, but the whole roof itself is we've gotten past its useful life, so we need to do something.
Let go that long. That's what happens. Now, may I ask another question?
Yep, go ahead, Bob.
No, like there's other roofing companies that are locally and everything else. Were they contacted in these price bids?
So the company that I was working with, that's kind of their job. So they reach out to the contractors. So what I was looking to do is get a thorough inspection and then some recommendations for repair. At that point, though, there hasn't been like a public tender. So it was a kind of a different exercise because it was free. So I was trying to get the most accurate knowledge on the condition of the roof before we actually got into that process.
So just to feed the thought, not that I'm a distrustful person, that anytime you have a contractor doing a subcontract job to go ahead and do another contract, that's the government job, why it costs so much doing government work. I would contact some of the real prominent, roofing companies and saying, this is what we're looking into, and see what their analysis is. Not that I have distrust, but it just, always seems to cost a lot more when you're dealing with government, but if we could do that and get a price in that way, we might be able to deal with some of those things. No?
And I think that would happen anyways, Counselor Shank, and the fact that if we decide to fix the roof, it'll have to go to an RFP anyway. So if that's the case, and that's the direction we're gonna go, I mean, I think we'll get a far more accurate idea with respect to what's gonna be required in the roof, so.
Through your worship,
Albert? Yep.
through your worship to Chris, back to the lift gates at the arena. I've seen where they're failing and stuff, because that's what I look at when I'm at places. One question I did have, is there a safety mechanism built in that if they're lifted, if something fails, is there something to prevent them from coming down?
Yes.
There is,
Yeah.
okay.
There's actually two on the Goodyear side for some reason, but there is a safety mechanism on both sides, so that if it ever did fail and like drop suddenly, there's a bar there to catch. Yeah.
Oh, good,
Yeah.
good. Yeah, because I didn't really pay, I was looking at it one night there and I thought, kind of cool. It's getting old, getting a little, the bar across the top isn't the straightest. They put a U-joint in there to try to make up for it, but yeah, they are in disrepair. So that was my concern because you're talking safety, if something fails, are they just gonna go, there goes a Zamboni, or worst case, an operator. So.
All right, great. Anything else? Yep, go ahead, Councilor Martin.
I just want to go off the board a little bit, staying with the Strathcona Paper Center. I was just wanted to ask, the digital sign out there, is it still in operation? Are we still getting revenue like from advertisers, and are we using it for advertising future events? Because I've noticed sometimes when I've been out there, it's been black and not lit up, and the advertising hasn't been. So I just wanted to ask about that. And
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So we've had to repair that sign many times over the last few years. It is functional right now, knock on wood. So the technology involved is outdated. The sign was purchased years ago. The technology to upgrade it to like an LED screen like that, I'm sort of in talks right now. I'm not 100% confident that the risk of failure or outages is going to get any better. So I'm still kind of working through that. In terms of advertising revenue, that really fell off the table years ago, and people aren't interested in advertising on that unless they have an event coming up at the actual Strathcona Paper Center. So originally when the sign was purchased, that type of advertising wasn't factored into the fee structure. And so it was kind of willy-nilly there for a little bit on, what do you actually charge someone just to say that they're having a wedding at the banquet hall or something like that, or there's a tournament coming in. So we basically been just using it internally for town ads, and we will continue to do that as long as it holds up. But it is failing all the time. And Pattison Sign Company that put the sign in, they're out of Mississauga. So for these service calls, it's considerably expensive. And so to consider how much we're actually getting out of it, sometimes it's a tough sell.
no, I was just looking at the appearance of things. My concern is always like I said, the appearance of the town hall and 12 Market Square, things like that people just see passing by or using the service or whatever. So I've noticed it myself over there. So I was just curious. I never had anybody exactly tell me why it wasn't lit up or whatever. So thanks for that.
So Chris, does that mean that when the bulb finally dies, we're not going to spend any more money on fixing something that really has no value? Can we replace it with something different? Like not different light up sign, but just different signage?
Yeah, you could go to like a static board sign. And then I can also continue to look into retrofitting options, something with a little bit better technology and more modern, so that it doesn't fail as often as it does. There's a number of different power packs inside the sign. And so when one fails, there's certain portions of the sign that will go out. And then the other power packs are trying to recover from that loss. And so then they end up all starting to go. And once one strip is black and like through your sign, it doesn't look good. And so at that point, service call goes in and you're almost better off to have it completely black as opposed to have like a cutoff image.
So does this fall under contracted services, or is this, because this is over and above an warranty? This is like we're sending a guy in a car and it's going to cost you $500 for him to get there. And then we're going to charge you for parts and labor.
So a situation like this, I would charge to building maintenance because it's not a service contract in the sense that they're coming on a regular basis.
What are they charging you?
Off the top of my head, it's like $200 an hour or something like that.
For something that has really no.
That includes their drive. Yeah. Yeah. So that's why in the last year or two, the sign's been off more than it's been on, because again, I just couldn't justify paying for something that we're not getting actual ad revenue out of anyway. The ads that are on the board part underneath the electronic part, they are basically when the sign was first made, they were on there because they were either on McPherson Drive or a tenant in the building or a minor hockey Napanee Crunch user group of the facility.
I won't flog this anymore, but pull the plug.
Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship. Chris, I have two questions for you. One is just sticking with the signs. What's going on with the sign that we approved for the 401? Have you heard anything more about that?
Actually, I did just get an update on that probably 3 weeks ago. So they just wanted to keep in touch because they're still working with the MTO that's kind of driving that project.
Sure.
But they are still very much looking forward to that being a location for them. And they are excited about the opportunity and they do feel that it is coming. It just takes quite a bit of time to work. So they're working directly with the MTO on this whole project.
Great, thanks. And just back to your report now. I think I heard you say something about the lift gates. You said that there were different sizes now. So could you maybe just clarify that for me? Is that meaning that the boards will have to be, maybe you can just explain it to me?
Yeah,
what
so
the different
included in that price, essentially the gates that the Olympia drives out of right now, or Zamboni for others, but ours are Olympia. It's 14 feet wide. So the newer models of the lift gate are 12 feet wide, which is still wide enough and doesn't factor into any worry for us. But yeah, they would have to extend the board paneling, extend the glass, and just alter like how things are. But that's all included in, and that includes the removal of the existing lift gate as well. So
okay, thank you.
Great, thanks, Chris. Where are we going from here? Who's next?
Your worship, could I just make a recommendation potentially to bring back this sheet with another option for South Fred as suggested by Councillor Shank? And then prioritize, take the numbers off that we had for the buildings we're going to dispose of, and then reprioritize in terms of operational requirements with a big asterisk next to South Fred Hall, because the decision to do that will potentially influence a decision in the future. But I think we can probably get that number down with some other stuff. Okay.
Perfect. Next.
Now the fun stuff.
Who's next, Brant? Okay.
So separated off from the sheet that Chris just presented was the town hall. Because there's a number of different factors that we have to consider for that building. As you recall, in a previous presentation, we had an estimate from our architect to do the whole, a complete renovation and re-landscaping at $3.55 million. But we recognize that we have to maintain the building in the meantime. And so we pulled out the under $185,000 for the exterior repair, painting, the concrete steps and the ramps would be the immediate costs to basically stabilize the exterior of the building. And then the short-term costs for the interior of the building, so we could get it to condition where community can start using the space downstairs would be about $75,000. In addition to that, we had previously presented to council a community improvement plan project that would encourage people who own buildings facing onto the market square to do some minor renovations, and there would be a grant process for that would be managed on an annual basis. The greatest risk, so the $30,000 is the greatest risk. So if it's agreed to that, the maximum number is 5,000. If only 2 people apply for it, that's only 10,000 for that year. And then the other aspect of this, which I've thrown into this, but it's not really a cost, is because there's a lot of talk about having a farmer's market in Market Square, is to issue an expression of interest for somebody to operate a farmer's market. And whether it's they're paying a fee to the town for the space, or whether council wants to do it at a free rate, but we really think it's important that the community gets involved and that there's some community leadership shown around that. So what we're looking for, and this is in addition to, this would be new money in a levy, would be the $185,000 for the exterior and $75,000 for the interior. And what we've said is that any future renovations to the building, like the larger scale, what really needs to be done to make it sing, we'd be looking for grant money and partnerships. And obviously we'd be looking for grant money if we can on these immediate repairs as well. But as you know, those things sometimes can take a while to get them done. But so that's the money we're looking for this year.
Go ahead, Councilor Shank.
Have you ever got a cost on sandblasting the whole building and taking the paint off it and bring it back to its original look with the bricks? I know you'd have to repoint the bricks and stuff like this, but we've always painted and it'll only last for a certain long, and then of course then it's just worse. When I was outside, I was looking just to see how much is actually flaked off. But me myself, I'd like to bring it to the original, what it used to look like, and get it blasted off and get it repointed, and then boom, and then you maybe get it sealed somehow so it doesn't, the bricks don't crumble anymore. But I hate to put $290,000 and be in the same boat we are 10 years from now. But if you went ahead and spent $350,000, you wouldn't have to touch it. And it gives you that look of the historic building. And I imagine the Heritage Society would just love you.
So, Your Worship, the sandblasting was part of the architect's report, a part of the 3.55 million. I'll have to take a look at the report and see if it broke that out. That I think it did say just exterior on that building. I know they want to do sandblasting, so I'm sure they priced it as sandblasting.
Yep.
But I don't have that number right offhand.
There might be, I'm sorry.
Yep, go ahead, Mike.
All I'm saying, it might not be just sandblasting, but somebody must know how they restore older buildings to bring them back to the natural way. That it might not be sandblasting, it might be something else. You know what I mean? But I would much rather, I don't want to go ahead and paint the building, find out in 5 years' time it's peeling off again, we have to repaint it again. You know, if we can go ahead and do it whichever way.
Right, and to be fair, some of the painting we're talking about is the pillars and the windowsills. But we would for the 185, we would definitely be looking at whether or not there's a way to get the paint off, and what condition the building is underneath, because there's been talk in the past that the bricks aren't in any condition to be exposed, but we definitely be looking at that.
Yep, go ahead, Councilor Shank.
That now that if since South Fred is going to go up, well, why are we not putting this up?
I think the discussion with respect to South Fred is going to be a 2024 discussion, if I'm not mistaken.
Thanks a lot.
And we can discuss that in January of 2024.
There you go.
Oh, December of 2023.
Or December of 2023, if the urge is required. In any event, and again, the $290,000 is the worst case scenarios, because I know with the contingency plan, I believe anyways, when when we started the whole 99 advance thing is that we were going to sell the properties, which we spoke about earlier today, and take some of that money, invest it in. And so this is just the worst case scenario. And of course, as Brant said, there are a large number of heritage grants out there, I think, or at least there used to be, there could be again. And we may get lucky and find that as well. So I think this is sort of just a patch type situation, but I could be wrong. But we got to do some work here. There's no doubt about that.
So I guess the question then would be for council, do you want us to come back? Is this still a priority for council? Is the town hall a priority?
Is this in the budget right now currently?
This
or
is not,
add-on?
this is in addition to the budget.
Addition, well, you're gonna find $290,000 that you can save. Yeah, bring it back to us. I'd like to see it.
So I think the other way of looking at that too is, especially with respect to the outside, you could still do some things to the inside while you're still deciding what to do with the outside. I think the priority, if I may plant that seed, would be to start working on the inside so that we could start using it as a community space, which would then build up the appetite and people see it as something other than town hall, right? So there might be a couple of different ways of getting at it where you get the main floor done first so you can start using it and then gain momentum for the outside.
Yeah, you're more likely to find partners when you have that type of activity happening.
Yeah. So I would suggest if council was amenable to that idea, we would try and figure out how we would source at least the $75,000 in this current year to get that done. With an understanding, there are grants out there, the ones that we've looked at, most of them top out at 50-50. Some of them are 30-70. So we're still going to have to find some money to put into this building out of our own pocket. Grants are not money from the sky in all respects. Some of it.
But we still, I think we still have to put some money into the exterior. I mean,
Absolutely.
We've got some steps that are falling apart. We've got maybe some water problems that should be
And I think there's
addressed.
some accessibility issues in terms of access.
That's correct.
And I think regardless of what we did the outsides, we want to make sure that from the basement to the main floor to the upstairs, we segregate those spaces such that we don't get people going in places where they should not be going.
Anything else? Go ahead.
Just
Councilor Martin.
something that John said. Are you talking about doing something inside before we even paint the end of the building out there?
Yeah, so I think conceptually.
Because I think that's important.
I
John,
think
for
what
the
we.
appearance of the downtown
I think what
for this
we,
coming summer.
what we've talked about on the inside was taking down all those basically temporary office walls.
Yes.
You create one big open space, you put an accessible washroom in there, and then it's available to the community.
Yeah, but don't you think it's important for the appearance of the downtown, for people coming down center? It's the main.
Absolutely. But I
For that end especially.
Yeah, but if I may, I think what we want, and I'm happy to have this discussion. It would probably hinge on what happens to 12 Market and some of those other things, because then you could turn this.
Oh, I
into-
understand that.
There's that green space here. I think this whole property in and itself is, you want to do it right.
Oh, I understand that, but I'm just,
You're talking about the back end.
well, I'm just talking about the appearance of our downtown, and like we have this ongoing discussion going on with the BIA right now and everything, and I think this is the appearance of the building here is part of what some people downtown, want taken care of.
I don't think anybody disagrees. It's just a matter of how you stage it, right? In terms of affordability and what you do first.
I understand.
Agreement that we wouldn't want to do it.
I know that, but I'm talking in priority. You're talking about spending only 75,000 inside right now. But not doing that end of the building there, even.
Well, I think what Brown was talking about was that when you do the exterior, do all of the exterior, and whether it's the exposing the brick and sealing it or painting it, you probably need some more time to look at that.
So are we
That's all.
talking another year?
I don't think
We're
we
gonna
need
look at
another.
that.
I don't think we need another year.
I think we got to keep in mind that this is going to be a work in progress. What we're talking about or acting on today I mean, let's face it, $290,000 isn't going to get us very far. It's going to get us started and it's going to get us in a direction where we need to go. But I think it's probably going to require more than that at some point.
Oh, yeah.
And so I think we got to keep in mind, this is going to be a work in progress. Like I say, we've got to start somewhere. We've got to start putting some money into it. We got to start fixing her up. We got to start making her pretty again, and we got to make her safe, right? So I'm sure this won't be the last ask, and I'm sure that once we start down this road, we may find that we may need to do a bunch of other things. But again, this is just the starting point. This isn't the end game, I don't believe. So I think it's a good start. I really do. So
I don't disagree with what, you want to do something inside or whatever. I'm just, again, looking at optics of what people see. We're trying to bring people into town and we want them to have a good impression of the town and everything. So that's all I was concerned about.
go ahead, Councillor Hicks.
Through your worship, perhaps we could look into the low cost of a large sign to go on the end of the building saying, work in progress, big changes coming soon, something to give an indication to visitors and residents that it's not just going to be left to molder, if you will, because they won't be able to see what's going on inside. And I think too, we shouldn't be just looking at governments for provincial and federal governments, but community partnerships. There's a lot of flooring companies. There's people that sell paint, there's people that sell draperies and window treatments and that sort of thing. So they can be approached for perhaps at cost or just a thought. So
I think this is the kickstart.
yes,
Saying
absolutely.
Formally, we're going to do something.
Yep, absolutely. That has to happen.
And then the fact that we're going to have people in here, we're going to have people working, we're going to have people working on the outside. I think that's important. And to your point, Ange, I think that's what we may end up getting at some point is, hey, I'm going to be part of that. It looks pretty cool. I want to help out, right? So, but we got to start somewhere. We have to get this thing going. And I think this is probably as good a start as any is let's start to fix the things that need to be fixed and make her good looking again. So anyway. I don't think, are we going to need a motion for this one? Or do we want to continue on?
No, you should make a motion.
I think what we'll,
Sorry.
I was just gonna say, if we'll take this and find a way to fund it and bring it back and see if council approves the way we try and fund it.
There you go.
That works.
Sell tickets for the demo.
It gives you a sense of community keeping your hall.
Yeah.
And it establishes a sense of community and then you would have more people helping. All right, if you have a sense of community, if you get rid of your historical or buildings, then you have no sense of community and everybody lives in their own little cubicle. So that's my feeling behind it.
Yeah, absolutely. So is there anything else? If not, we'll move on to the next one.
Okay, so the next slide, I just want to mention that in a previous slide that Paul gave, he mentioned the community foundation and the grant in the grant line. And he had in there that it was $10,000 to the community foundation and left 9,000 for council to use for just discretionary grants, which quite often goes to sports teams that go to a national level or more of the ad hoc. But what we've done, and I've included the foundation in this list, but what we've done is we've prepared a list of those groups that have come forward throughout the year asking for money. And we told them that we will consider it during budget deliberations. On that list was Morning Star Mission, who had asked for $100,000. Seniors Outreach Services, which has asked for at least, we never know exactly the amount because it's all based on a percentage of their budget of $25,000. Multicultural Festival is here and they've been knocking on our door this week asking where it's at, asked for $8,000. The UEL Heritage Center Park often gets $5,000 from council. And then this past year, the downtown shopping party got $5,000. All of that, and you could, if you want to take out the community foundation, because it's already in Paul's budget, is so that's $143,000. That's over and above what's in the budget. That's so where we're asking council is to help us understand where they want to go with one or more of these groups that are basically waiting in the wings, asking for money from council.
Comments or questions?
Well, let's get, I don't want to stay here all night.
Yep.
What does the county do?
And that's, I think if I'm not mistaken, do we not have, and we might as well start with the elephant in the room, I guess, which is the Morningstar mission, because it's the only one into 6 digits, right? So I think if I'm not mistaken, we did have a deputation with respect to that.
Yes, your worship. So the funding they have from the county right now was for this winter. So what they're asking for is the winter of 23 and 24.
Okay.
The
and
county
did-
told them at the time that there was no more money available after this
So-
year.
Yeah, go ahead, Counselor Shank.
There's a lot of people that are helping the Morningstar mission out. Don't get me wrong. All right. They do an excellent job in helping the needy and doing what they're doing. But you have to understand that what was the percentage? About 35% of our taxes go to the county already. And that's a provincial funded, they're supposed to be funding and they're where they're getting it. Now, why isn't the county giving them the $100,000? Right? Because it supports not just people from in just the Napanee area. It supplies everybody. So if county's not giving the $100,000 and we've already given the money out of 35% of our tax dollars, all right, given way more over here, Paul, how much do we give the county? What do we cut them a check for a year? 43%. Oh, so not 35, 43%. 43 cents out of every, and you know what the rough idea of how many million we give the county? So at $8 million, 43% of, yeah, so $8 million we give them a year, the county. It's like double dipping. I ask you for a fund, then I go ahead and I have to pay you again to do it. So you know what I mean? So let's put the onus where the onus is for that $100,000. It's up to them to go to the county because it's servicing a county need. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's my feeling on it. I don't want to be the, that's my thought now, unless somebody else has a bit more thought, but it's $100,000.
And I think that we may have been down this road before, if I'm not mistaken, Counselor Shank, and the fact that during the deputation, I think it was the last one, or the one before, what we learned was the outreach of the mission far exceeded the town of Greater Napanee.
Yep.
And so the question, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that I may have asked, and I don't know if it was the last time or the time, but might have been the last time, was there any appetite to approach the town of Deserano, the county, township of Stone Mills, the township of Amherst View or Loyalist, so that this would be a joint effort as opposed to Big Brother being Napanee funding the whole thing. I don't know if we ever really got an answer on that, but I know those questions were asked. I mean, and I agree with you, is that at some point we can't continue to support the whole region. We've got to kind of look after ourselves as well. I mean, they do great work. I understand why they're looking for it. But is this or is this not a county responsibility?
That's right.
Is what we have to really consider, right? So, and if we are going to get involved in it, is $100,000 the magical number? You know, how do we know that the $100,000 is the number that we need? I mean, it could be $150,000, it could be $25,000, but the $100,000 is simply just the ask. It's very difficult to cut a check into 6 digits without having more information with respect to it, at least in my humble opinion. But like Councilor Shank says, I'm more than willing to listen to any other opinions or thoughts. Councilor Martin.
I like what you said and what Mike said, actually. It is a county responsibility, I think. Can I ask, did Napanee donate an amount to Morningstar last year?
I don't believe so. I think at one point, and this, I may be dating myself here, but at one point we may have committed to, however, that the county stepped up and paid that, so we didn't have to. That might have been 2021. So yeah, that's correct. So
it was the county that actually.
Yeah.
There was, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
I believe there's COVID money available. That is an easy thing to do. Go ahead, Bill.
So through your chair, excuse me, after the last deputation, They also asked for in-kind. So the firefighters from Dorland and Napanee and Roblin spent over 120 hours there building the warming center in kind. So I don't know what that cost, $50,000-$60,000. But they built the warming center. So that was our contribution last year for this year's warming center.
Thank you, Chief. And I mean, and that's another option, I believe. That's, do we have the ability to provide some type of in-kind support? Would they be looking for it? Do we need to do that? I mean, that's again, a very good point. So any other thoughts?
Can I just say too, I mean, I think it is a great organization. They do great work, but I know like a lot of people do donate to that. I know my family does ourselves. Even my son in Peterborough, him and his wife donate to Morningstar here. And sometimes I think it's better for private donations like that than, and then, if the town's going to donate that kind of money, I mean, we're kind of donating twice, but I mean, I hate to definitely say no to something that's that good because they do good, but there is a responsibility. I mean, we have a lot of money pay out this year in the budget, and that's a lot of money for the town of Napanee to donate to them, whereas I think the county should be. Just my opinion, and I agree with what Mike said, though. I think I could just say what Mike said and be done with it.
Any other comments? I guess what we should do is stick with the, I mean, is there a possibility, is there any thought that maybe someone from the Morningstar Mission can come back? I know in the past what we've done when we've had other different organizations come to us and ask for money. We've asked for some form of a financial spreadsheet request, something like that. Is that an option, do we think, with respect to the $100,000? I guess the difficult part is that how do we know it's $100,000 other than it's a nice round?
Your worship, this is based on the last presentation that was given to council. We could reach out to the organization and ask where we could help, and if there's in kind that we could do, not just money. But we haven't reached out since they gave the presentation here last fall.
Okay. I think that may be helpful. Councilor Cornell.
Thank you, worship. Does the mission pay property taxes, or is that exempt?
I know I can't answer that question.
I'm not sure offhand, but I can.
Great, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Calvary.
Through your worship. Yeah, we definitely need to revisit this because I know I was I was here for the last meeting when they spoke looking for the 100,000, but there's a lot of organizations here in Napanee that donate regularly to Morningstar as well. And like you say, they're reaching out into Hastings, they're reaching out into Loyalists, they're reaching out, to Stone Mills. So I don't think it should be up to Napanee to come up with a big chunk of money to support it, because they're being very well supported from the community as it is.
So your worship, as I recall from the presentation, they were asking for operating dollars. They were asking for money to help staff. That was the main ask, if I recall from that presentation.
Okay.
But the circumstances may have changed now.
And I think maybe it's important that we do reach out to them just to see if the circumstances have changed and if there's some more information they can provide for us. Maybe I just think we need to be a little more responsibility than just to commit $100,000 without seeing something or understanding it. I mean, I know we received the deputation, but I guess we have to do our due diligence on it. It would be my guess. Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor, aren't we also giving them free space at the train station for storing furniture and stuff? And
yes, they have free rent at the train station for their furniture workshop.
So we're donating that to them as well. Anyway.
Mr. Dauber.
Two items update. They do pay taxes. And also correct my number, we send 11 million to the county, so it's north of 2 million, but it's actually closer to the 3 million mark 4 times a year.
$1 million.
So, I mean, I guess we should talk about the other ones, the senior outreach services. I think go ahead.
I'm
Mr. Shatter.
going to jump in on this one because we have supported seniors outreach services for a number of years. And in their funding from the province, it says that the municipality is required to participate in funding, but it can be in kind. So for years, we've been doing in kind. And then last year they said, no, that's not good enough. We want cash. And we gave them, I think it was 35. No, we ended up giving them 24 and the county gave them some. So we've put this in at 25,000, knowing they're probably going to want north of 35,000. But the preference for staff is still to do the in-kind for this, because it's an eligible element of their grant application.
And I was going to go there because I was aware that it is part of the eligibility that we do have to help them or assist them, right? Whether it's in kind or cash, I guess, right? Councillor Hicks.
Through your worship, define in kind. So what have we been providing in kind?
In the past, we were providing space for the programming.
Okay.
Could be advertising.
Could be S, and advertising was one of them too. It was the value of the advertising. So as you know, we have the page in the Beaver, and we have this regular spots on my FM. And if they participate in that, with the value of that is transferred over. And if we have any staff that are participating in any type of meeting or anything, the staff time is also can be in kind.
So just.
Yep. Go ahead,
So
Councillor Shank.
we do it in kind. I'd love nothing better to give, hey, I'm messy. So all I'm saying is you will be too. if do it in kind. Do it in kind. Next.
Community Foundation, I think we've been putting money into that for many years, and that money gets donated back into community groups, sports people, that kind of thing, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and it's already in the budget.
That's already in the budget. The Multicultural Festival, same thing.
They've been asking because they presented to council, it was late last summer, I think, when they presented to council, and they actually presented a budget of $8,000. And the Multicultural Festival for 3 or 4 years before COVID was part of the Riverfront Festival.
Right.
So they want to be standalone. They don't want to be part of the town festival anymore anyway. But they want help in relaunching the Multicultural Festival. They came to us last year wanting to do it last year, but they came to us in May and wanted to do a June, July festival. And staff couldn't, we knew that the chance of success with that short turnaround, that was asking a lot from staff at that time. The budget at that time was only 4,000. So we had done an in-kind on that too. And our in-kind was worth about 4,000. So this is why they're asking for the 8. And I don't know, they're not asking for any in-kind in this budget, but this is what they're asking.
Okay. UEL, Heritage Center Park.
UEL is, again, it's, they put in a letter, they asked for 5,000, the town would give them 5,000. Town has sometimes, and on occasions they haven't. So it's entirely up to, they do have a revenue source there. I mean, they have a fairly, it's one of the larger, probably the largest tourism attraction in Napanee, in Greater Napanee, and they do have a revenue stream. So this would be helping them out with the museum side, but we'd have to ask them whether or not this is really this year, especially, is this really a need when we're looking for money in other places?
You'd skip one. So what was our decision on the $8,000 Multicultural Festival? So are we giving the money or no?
Well, do we want to budget and then see what they're looking for? I guess, and this is sort of outside the box, with the exception of the real big ones. Is it possible or should we be putting money into a reserve fund and say, listen, this is what we have to give out when it's gone, it's gone? Is that an option?
What can we give to them in kind?
They, it'd be the use of equipment. So they would add, they often ask for chairs and tables and staff time and traffic control.
Yeah.
That's
So there you go. That's what we give.
venue. The venue is, so yeah, so the pavilion has a rental fee attached to it and we don't
But
charge.
we
them
just,
for that.
we give it in kind, and save your $8,000.
We cut the grass, we water the flowers.
Yes,
all that
that's
good
right.
stuff.
Sorry, Terry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
And the
Councilor.
$5,000, is it going to the park or is it going to the museum? Because originally it was $5,000 to the UEZL museum, not the park.
No, this, it's for the museum.
It is for the museum. But you know what? Have they sent a letter in or?
No, they haven't. This, I said, this is in anticipation of it's going to come because every year we get these.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
did
so
you
we
get
know.
that letter from them?
We haven't yet. No.
Did you get one last year?
I believe we paid it the 5,000 last year. didn't we? We came out of the regular grant money. Came out of the 19th.
So there's the 19,000 that was budgeted for donations on that summary. Yeah, it came out of that. So part of that went to the Community Foundation of Lennox Addington and $5,000 from the remaining amount.
I've been me myself, and when things are tight, we're gonna see how the budget goes, but that's a question mark. You know what I mean? They've had it for a lot of years. They seem to be extremely busy down there. All right. Is there anything else that we could do for tourism? We're gonna have to put money into the park that's down beside the hydro plant. You know what I mean? There's gonna be needing some more travel, some other stuff there. So that $5,000 might go somewhere else also. So all I'm saying is that, you know what I mean? Maybe a telephone conversation with the UELs, all right, and saying, hey, guys, you realize that we've been funding you for the last 20 years. All right. The point is, it's now that we have other locations also. Is there any way, is this such a financial burden? Is there any way that you can let this go?
And knowing, should your worship, sorry, knowing that group, they would be happy if any money was spent on anywhere in the parkway because it supports their organization.
Another thing is when you do talk to them, the old town hall, since they've got it, they haven't done a stain. They still have a raccoon hole on top and it's gonna fall apart. You know what I mean? But I hate not give you your $5,000, but you know what I mean? Like, come on, guys, you know? There's another thing, but.
And yeah, and so of course, moving on, the last one, which is the 2023 downtown shopping party, I think may be absorbed into our next conversation. Guessing?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, it
so
could be, yeah.
just a thought. I mean, obviously the 100,000 and the $25,000 to seniors outreach, which is required by the provincial funding, are two separate things. Is it possible we put in or we budget for a 25,000 reserve fund so that when we get the request for these things, we can assess them on a case-by-case basis and at that time decide whether or not with the proper documentation that we were able to commit to any of these requests.
Yes, and the purpose of the list was to address those big ticket items like Morningstar and seniors outreach services that caused those kind of requests over the over $5,000, a little bit harder to find the money for those.
So just for clarification. So Community Foundation Lennox and Addington, that's kind of what they do, and they keep a reserve basis on that. So are we talking about partially sending out the Community Foundation Lennox and Addington, have them run a reserve, have them just basically distribute the money? Or are we talking about having them do that and then we duplicate over on our side and also run a parallel program? Does that make sense?
It might, well, my understanding of the Community Foundation is that we give them the money and then they disperse it under their regulations or their rules. Am I correct with saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so this would be separate from that.
Yeah, but this could be separate from that, I suppose.
We're
yeah.
not talking about beefing up that amount, but
No.
okay,
no,
thank you,
no.
thank
So,
you.
Any other comments? Moving on. Or do we, yeah, we're not, I think you have direction on that, I think.
We have enough.
Okay,
We got to get to this one.
yeah.
Okay, your worship, on this, I think this is the last slide that I'm doing. The core area basic service, so the downtown. We recognize that the dissolution of the downtown BIA organization has put the community at some risk as far as economic development. We also recognize that their biggest mandate overall and most BIAs across the province was beautification. We're suggesting is that we can offer that core service, but there is a cost to that. And we already have we went out for quotes, a little bit more informal on what it would cost to contract out the beautification. And that contract, the quote was at $60,000 for turnkey, which is all equipment and staffing and the plantings, which is the big issue for staff, because we knew that with the disappearance of those volunteers, it was going to be very difficult for our staffing levels to be able to deliver the same service. It's not going to look the same as it did when there was volunteers doing it. The scale of it is a little bit more than our current staffing complement can handle. And then the other aspect of that is we want to discuss with you is the future of the Christmas lights. And we have a couple options there for you is that, we could go for a pay for use on applying lights to people's private buildings, which based on the numbers we have, if somebody wanted to buy into it, it would be about $652 for us to put the lights up, as long as we don't have to rent a lift. But then what's happening is that when people are opting in and opting out, it's not the same look. So we've already had not many, but we've already had a few businesses say, yeah, we don't want these anymore. And one, it could be temporary because they're doing renovations, they don't want it up, or they've done renovations, they don't want holes drilled in the side of their building. And then the other option would be we could repurpose our existing lights and actually utilize Springside and Conservation Parks with those lights in the trees or however on the pavilion, and then start to rebuild the displays that we're starting to deteriorate. We didn't put all the displays up last year because some of them weren't fit to put up. But so we could actually utilize the two parks as the Christmas experience, and then leave this is going to sound kind of crass, but leave the Christmas lights on private business to private business.
Councilor Shank.
So what I would do with this one is that we're gonna have a BIA meeting anyway, or discussing with the BIA. So your beautification, if they do it, no sense us doing it, because if they take it over, there's certain things that they can do. When it comes to the big, that's what I would do, is wait until their input is. And when it comes to the Christmas lights, if half of them don't want have the lights on, then we kibosh that. All right, all depends what their input is too, because there's gonna be a cost, either everybody gets together, plays in the same sandbox or not. And when it comes to a Christmas option B, all right, the extra lights, the fire department, thank goodness, from what I understand, the fire department put those figurines up. So, hey, thanks a lot if you guys did it.
Public Works.
Did you guys do it?
We did a few, but I don't know.
Oh, okay. But what we can do, Brent, if we can, I think what I would like to see is where I would like to have is that, the Chili Festival, the lights downtown, that community getting together, you know what I mean? And spearheading that through our recreation department or whatever, and having those things, so spearheading, because we have the knowledge, but if you don't have somebody spearheading it, you know what I mean? I've said this before, it was nothing but a joy to see the kids playing hockey on Main Street or the hockey up here. And you know what? They went ahead and they got their chili downtown, or where they went ahead and they went in and had a beer at the local nail or whatever they had. But the point is, it was a sense of community getting together. Stone Mills has the Canal Fest, you know, and I know what.
And we're suggesting that's option B.
Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking, to see is to have some more of those community events. So, you know, I don't have to go to Stone Mills or Bath to have some recreational activities.
I think what we're doing is we're going to get into a very, very, very long and involved conversation with respect to all of these.
Okay.
I think with respect to the beautification, you're absolutely right, Councillor Shank, that we do have a meeting coming up in the very near future, like next week, where we may be able to hash out some of the decisions that have to be made with respect to the beautification. And of course, I know in the past we've had conversations with respect to the Christmas lights, and they were long and involved and arduous, but we have to have them again. I don't know if we're in a position today to say yay or nay. I understand that we have to deal with this sooner than later, but I think we're going to have fairly robust conversation probably next week. It would be my guess, but again, that's just my opinions on it. So, Councilor Pennell.
Thank you, and I apologize about having to leave the room. Did anyone talk about maybe if we're going to be charging or proposing a charge of almost $700 to ask the property owners if this is something that they would be willing to do? And if they would be, I think that would help steer us of what direction we would be going in.
It's suggested that program will only be if they opt in. So it would be a charge if they want to participate.
I was just wondering if we did some kind of a poll to find out how many, because I'd hate to see a whole block or pigeonholes, if you will, and then carry on carry on with some of the projects, right? I noticed that this year there was some that weren't, and it really stood out.
Anybody else? Councilor Hicks?
I think it's all or nothing.
Yeah.
It's either you're all in or you're all out. And if they're all out, then I think option B, if you had the walkway lit up, if you had the parks lit up, if there was an outdoor rink, you might get some community involvement there. It would be a shame not to see the lights at all, but I think they could be repurposed, and that's what you're talking about. Am I right, Brant? That they would be like in the trees and yeah, but to drive through downtown, it's beautiful when everybody's in and all the lights are on. But if you've got black holes, and that's exactly what it looks like, it's not at all appealing. It looks like somebody didn't pay their hydro bill. Right? So.
Just like your sign.
If I may, your worship, option B is certainly a easier on resources and than A.
If I may, your worship, there is an option C. So we did. So one of the things we're looking for is clear direction in terms of people, staff putting lights up. So that's great. And I agree, it's either all or nothing. But we did go with an RFP last year around putting up permanent all year round lights on some of those buildings. And I would almost tie it potentially to this building as well. Now, they're not cheap, but I think it's an investment worthwhile looking at, because you can then, and if there was a partnership with some of the building owners, you now get into lights that you can turn on 365 days a year. You can change colors and do all that kind of stuff. It's around $20,000 a building, depending on how big
A facade.
a facade.
So this building is 4 times that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Councilor Pennell, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, through worship. Brent, did we ever go for a quote to find out if we could subcontract out the labor to install and take down the lights?
We did that one year. Yes, it was $60,000 and that was had to been at least 10 years ago.
So substantially more.
Yeah, it was our W Electric, I think, that we used for that.
Because I know that part of the conversation that we've had around the length of time that it takes to put up the lights and take them down, the drop, and we don't have very many volunteers that wish to do this. We have the same people all the time type of thing. And that it's been mentioned that the town staff could be used somewhere else during this time. So even though that it's a little bit more money, if we're talking about they could be used somewhere else, well, maybe it's worth having it contracted out. It might be worth having a review if it's been such a long time to, since we've done had our W, maybe somebody else would be willing to do it. But if we're putting all those factors together and saying that the staff could be used somewhere else, maybe it'd be something to look at.
Deputy Mayor Calver.
Through your worship. And that's a great idea, Dave, to maybe re-quote it again, but if we're back to the same old thing where some of the building owners don't want it, again, you're gonna have, this is gonna be lighted, this one's not, this one's gonna be lighted, this one's not. I guess we should really try to do a survey. Is there a possibility to do a survey of the business owners that would, like, how many pigeonholes are we gonna have? How many blacked out buildings are we gonna have versus how many buildings are gonna be lit?
Well, your worship, based on one comment at the last meeting, that's how many buildings that one person own?
Yeah. I've heard from that one person, but option B is looking pretty good too, because that is something new. It is something different. Don't get me wrong. I love the big bright lights. When my brother was dying of cancer, believe it or not, he really got a lot of thrill out of seeing the lights. We drove, through Kingston, we drove through Napanee, we went to Belleville. We did that. I know last year, when my mother was on her way out, she really looked forward to seeing the lights downtown. But I think people would also look forward to seeing them in the parks and in the walkways, and significant less cost of putting them up. I think option B would be something worth looking at.
Yep.
Counselor Shank.
So I totally agree with, but we, at our BIA meeting, see, first thing, one of the things that they said, they're coming out of the big digs, all right? They had last through the big dig, and then they went ahead and they got 2 or 3 years of COVID, all right? So there's some that are doing substantially really well, and there's some that are working their butt off to stay afloat. So before any decision is done down there, all right, we're gonna have to have a meeting. We can set up what we would suggest, but we have to have the store, owners, they know what's going on downtown. They know what they want. If we can we're gonna have another meeting with them to say, hey, this is what we suggest. What do you guys feel? Or you're all in or whatever, and go from there. Not, we're just gonna chase the tail.
Counselor Martin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I really like Brent's option B. And I know we're not gonna get 100% of people agreeing on anything downtown. Like we are gonna have black holes. I've already been personally told that we're gonna have black holes because they're not gonna plug in their electrical outlet. So, and it sounds like a very reasonable amount of money since we have the lighting that we could use down there in the parks. And then we also have other figures. I don't know if there was, I know my wife missed the one with the sleigh going down in Springside Park. So if we could, and then maybe every year we can add to those, not maybe the figurines, but every year at a nominal cost, add something to the parks. Because I like the conservation park and the Springside Park decoration idea. I think that option B it sounds like the best option right now.
I can make a suggestion, is that because there is possibility in option C, and we do have some time. Option B, I think we can make that decision at virtually any time because we already own the lights and we can do that virtually at any time. I would suggest maybe, and I know what we're probably repeating history because from memory, when we had this discussion before, we did have a very robust conversation with respect to the bright lights. And so we did go out and we got some costs and stuff and none of them were really available at the time. So we plan B was to always put the bright lights back up because it's a known entity and we can do that. I hate to repeat history, but we do have that option of doing that again. Is that option B is an option that we can do and make that decision, I'm sure, in the next 3 or 4 or 5 months. But it might be interesting to see if the option C, if there's something out there that can, I won't say replace the bright lights, but replace the bright lights and try and make everybody within the community as happy as the bright lights do. And then, of course, always the default option is option A, where we could put them back up again. But again, I think we may be a little bit preemptive in the fact that, and I know we need to do this with respect to our budgets, because if we do look at the option C and there's something we like, we'll have to try and squeeze that into a budget. That would be my thoughts on it. And of course, the beautification stuff, again, it may be a week preemptive because I think we're going to have a fairly robust conversation with respect to it next week. That we can always come back to that, I guess, in our next budget meeting, because I think we're going to have another budget meeting because we're not going to get to the capital budget today by all stretch of the imagination. So my thoughts anyway. Councillor Norrie.
Just a quick belaboring it. Just my experience having been on that BIA board for 4 years, they need to order their flowers have to be ordered next month if you want them in the summer. That's just to let you know. So that's it.
I'm hoping by next Tuesday, we may have a little clear understanding as to where we might want to go with that. But again, that could be just a guess. But I mean, we've committed to trying to resolve that problem or resolve the issues that are down there. And I think we're on the right track of getting there. And this may be the answer. But I think it's probably important that we actually hear what's going to be said next week. For the sake of less than a week, right? Anything else? Moving on. Do we have anything else to?
Jessica's got 2 slides that she's got to try and keep everybody's attention for.
Sorry, I will try and do this as quickly as possible. So this was discussed back in October, and we did indicate to our other partners that we were bringing a recommendation to council to sell off the building on Community Road. Those partners are waiting to see if there's an indication of what we're doing, because that impacts their operations as well. So really, as Paul noted earlier, our revenue is down from over the last 2016 to 2020. Our pound facility had about 100 animals come in per year. About 40 of those were dogs at large impounded by officers in Napanee. Most of those were dogs brought in by either animal welfare or the OPP, and a very small number, about 5, were being brought in from our partner neighboring municipalities of Loyalist and Deserano. We have not had a formal pound keeper agreement since late 2019 when we ended our partnership with the OSPCA. So our contracted animal control did step in to fill that at an hourly rate. That was a stopgap measure that's not sustainable. It's also costing us equal to or more than the money we're bringing in. And that building, we sort of, as with all our buildings, maintenance has been on pause. I know there was the stuff that Chris noted on his slide, but if we want to keep housing animals in there, there's another massive work that needs to be done to the interior. The cages are not holding up properly. There's a lot of money, but also it's a service to residents. Our other option, the cheaper option, is we do what Stone Mills does. We contract with Kingston. The dogs go to Kingston. That is the service quality decrease where if a resident needs to go pick up their dog that has been impounded for running at large, they have to drive to Kingston to get it. We do have a service we offer is if your dog has a tag and you have current contact information associated with that tag, our officers will phone you, try and just get the dog back to you. We don't want to impound them. That is already our practice, but it's significant dollars to do this properly in-house. The most cost-effective way is to partner with an OSPCA because they can do it so much cheaper than we can. They get the donations coming in that support it. They have the volunteers with that animal knowledge. We don't. That's why the cost to fully operate it properly is twice as much as to contract that service out. So but we need council direction on this because it's a service standard change.
Any comments? I'll comment. I'll be, okay, go ahead, Councilor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship. I'm just wondering, is the OSPCA even interested in doing this again with us?
They are not.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else want to comment? I'll comment, but go ahead, Deputy Mayor Calver. Go ahead. My gut feeling is that we should be getting out of the dog business because there's absolutely, I mean, I understand we have to provide a service, but I think this dog pound that we have, a lot of our neighboring municipalities were all partners in it at one time and they've all said, hey, we don't want nothing to do with it. And we're the ones that are left holding the bag on it. So if there is another option, and it sounds like there may be with respect to contracting it out, I think maybe that's the direction we should look into, but that's my opinion. Any other comments? Deputy Mayor Calver.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, yeah, it's going to be an inconvenience for people to have to go to Kingston to pick up their dog, but their dog should have been running loose. We do have an obligation to our citizens, and by saving them the amount of money of trying to run a pound where we're losing money, that's an obligation we're doing for them.
Councilor Hicks.
So again, change management, and I don't know, maybe there's repeat offenders, not sure. Get your license, tag your dog. If the dog gets out by accident, the dog gets returned to you as a courtesy. Otherwise, it goes to the pound in Kingston, because as Deputy Mayor Calver said, it shouldn't have been running loose in the first place. So I say contract it out.
Anybody else? Yeah, go ahead, Jess.
So I will just note, we have developed the budget with the assumption council would go for this option. So right now, there's nothing that needs to change on any of the revenue or expenses lines, if that's sort of, if council's okay with that.
So
I'm sensing that's the direction that maybe we.
so it's gonna
Go ahead.
cost us $71,375. Suppose a pound, right, under that.
So 60, hang on, sorry, let me pull up my details here. I can also send out a more detailed, only have so much room on the spreadsheet there. 65,000 of that is to have a 24/7 on-call animal control officers that will respond and pick up dogs and do dog bite calls. And so that's a service that we're currently contracting out. We haven't done it in-house for, I think, 8 years. Was the last time we tried to do that in-house, but yes.
Yeah, they've been
So
doing
that's the bulk of that cost, is
Yeah.
that
May I ask-
24-hour service.
May I ask how many dogs do we get a year? For 65 grand?
So as I said, about the average has been about 40.
No, hold a minute. We're not spending 65,000 on 3 dogs.
40 dogs per year on average for 2016 to 2020.
40 dogs.
Yeah.
So it costs the taxpayer $65,000 to look after 40 dogs.
We may want to revisit that contract and what is all covered under it and how it's managed. That's something we could look at doing in 2023.
Councilor Hicks.
What is the dog owner being charged to pick up their dog?
That is a bylaw that needs to be reviewed. I believe our fines and fees for that are quite low. You always want to balance that. If you set your fines too high, they just walk away and then the dogs are a
That's right.
problem.
Yeah.
But I don't know those numbers off the top of my head. I can get them to you.
Dogs.
Any other questions or comments?
Oh, so I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
sorry,
Mike.
Mayor. So we are going to revisit and see what the cost is, because I mean, it's more lucrative to pick up dogs than raise cattle. No offense. You know what I mean? 40 dogs, 65 grand. You know?
We might have a deal on a dog pound for you if you want.
It's a service we have to provide. We are obligated to provide it, but we can certainly look into how we're running it. Our first priority was to look at the pound building and the keeping of the animals, but we can look at how we do the animal control enforcement as well.
So if we contract it out, we can put that building up for sale too.
Yes.
Do you need a motion?
No, I
think we've got direction.
okay for that.
Okay, if there's anything else, we'll move on to
Right,
bylaw enforcement.
bylaw enforcement. So again, we've been contracting with Frontenac since 2021, 28 hours a week. They have primarily focused on parking and yards. The discussion with council at the time indicated a strong desire to expand operations, primarily looking at short-term accommodations, which staff advice would require an expansion of our bylaw services. There's going to be a report on the 31st, but we're going with short-term accommodations. But there's certainly value to bringing that service in-house. You have a little bit more consistency in who members of the public are dealing with in terms of enforcement, a little bit more maybe control and flexibility as to how bylaw cases are managed. There's not a huge difference in cost between continuing on with the contract with Frontenac for another year or adding another full-time employee to replace that. It is certainly more expensive to have a full-time employee because you have all those additional costs besides just salary. But if that's if that's something council believes is a priority for how we provide this service, that's something we can do. I believe the budget was, sorry, I'm gonna make sure I'm telling the truth here. The budget was put forward as status quo with maintaining that contracted service as the more cost-effective option. We'd be looking if council wants to. I initially had a column for add 2 full-time employees, and we knew that wasn't reasonable to put forward at this time with a tight budget and tight staffing. But that would be if you were looking into getting full weekend coverage at some point in the future.
Somebody else.
Yep. Do you want me to go or? I mean, let's face it, we're spending $60,000 for 28 hours a week on a contract, right? So the difference isn't a whole lot of money. This way we're getting a full-time person. The work is there. I think we all understand that the work is there and it may expand even more depending on whether we have the short-term accommodation, whether we have the exotic pet bylaw. I mean, I think the work is there alone right now, not alone adding any more enforcement issues that we have. So to me, and the reality of it is at one point we did have two full-time bylaw people. That's just the reality of it. So all we're doing is getting back to where we were, right? So that would be my opinion or my thoughts on it, is that we can do away with the contracted $60,000 for 28 hours a week and hire full-time for slightly more, knowing very well that our enforcement is probably going to expand in the not too distant future. Sorry?
Mayor,
Yes,
so
go ahead.
I would have John and our HR Mike go ahead and look internally first. All right, but I totally agree with that. We should need another full time, but look internally what we currently have. All right, maybe that job should be posted internally to see, what the availability is for the current manpower that we currently.
Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mayor. Jessica knows the problem I've been having with dog doo-doo down there on John
I
Street.
do, yes.
All the way from Dundas Street to the Legion. I mean, it's just a horrible mess. And we know the guy that's doing it. I know where he lives. I went and knocked on his door. I actually confronted the fellow myself. It's a real problem and we need a bylaw officer that's going to be proactive rather than reactive. Like we need somebody actually patrolling. And it's not just dog doodle, obviously, but it's a funny thing. It's a simple thing, but it's been the most difficult and frustrating thing I've had to deal with. And I had 3 complaints. One lady got out of her car she couldn't put her foot down on the sidewalk because it was dog. I mean, it was bad. And we have one gentleman that's been doing it in particular. There's probably others, I don't know. But we do need bylaw enforcement. We've got a bylaw on the books, but we don't seem to use it. So I'm, I hate to say it, but if we're not going to enforce it, we shouldn't even have the bylaw. So that's just one, I know, bylaw problem. There's others, but it is a very frustrating thing. And I'd definitely be in favor of having an extra person. And we need actual patrols, I think, downtown and around town, just to solve that one problem alone. So I just want to throw that out there.
Thank you. And I think Deputy Mayor Calver, did you have something?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I would definitely support hiring another bylaw officer, somebody with boots on the ground that's actually out and about. I realize we have one senior bylaw officer now, and it's very hard to do the paperwork as well as being out. We're paying $60,000 for 28 hours. Like you say, it's not going to be that much more to have a full-time. If we have somebody with boots on the ground and they're out and about, I mean, there's all kinds of bylaws in this municipality that's just kind of fallen, your property standards, your dog poop, parking. Parking is a big thing with me, as you well know. Boat launch parking, that sort of thing. So, yeah, I think that we could probably make a second bylaw officer work out well. It's definitely a needed option.
Councillor Norrie.
Just briefly, obviously I'm in favor of in-house or our own bylaw officer, but I think that would give us 2 that would allow a lot of weekends because they'd have to work on a schedule and what the contract says. But as long as they're willing to have them work some evenings, some weekends, both of them on and off, just to give us full coverage, I'd be more than happy to pay the money for that.
Thank you. Anything else? I think we've got it then.
All right. That's the end of the slide.
That's Mr. Pinson. Have we got anything else that we want to deal with tonight, or?
I would suggest, Your Worship, that our got lots today. I think our next meeting is on the 16th. We're going to go back and try and reframe some of this stuff in a departmental format with some, I think I know what council needs to move forward, some decision making here. The other thing is we need probably to spend a day on capital, especially considering that, your capital budgets are long-term budgets. We start looking at some of our funding strategies. So we'll get some additional stuff to you for capital and around infrastructure, including buildings, to inform the discussions a little more.
And we'll probably need another special session, I'm thinking. And do we need to try and schedule that tonight, or can we?
My guess, based on what I've seen here today, is a full session, I think, which is scheduled on the 16th, and probably one the week after for an afternoon to sort of wrap it all up in a bow. Final decisions that we can sort of move things around, and then I guess I'm assuming that we would then approve it at a council meeting.
Yes, once council is comfortable with what we're doing, we still have to do a 2-week public notice and then approve it at normally we've been approving it at a regular council meeting, but once there's a document that we can point the public to, our policy has been to do a public notice and final opportunity for comments.
Okay, Councilor Shank, go ahead.
This is just one note, John. that if you don't invest into your own business, so we have, if I go, we're talking your commercial property, industrial property north of the 401. All right, it's unserviced property. It's very hard to sell unserviced property. I know it's a wish list. There's a needs and wants and the wishes. But if we don't start putting a little bit on it, because I can go to Belleville or Kingston or Loyalisters or whatever, get a service lot. But if we don't go ahead and start putting money into so we can make the municipality grow. So if we have a prospective customer that comes in and we have a service lot, I know it's a huge undertaking, but we have to take those baby walks before we can start running and at least get a plan in place that we start growing.
So through your worship, Councillor Shank, I believe at our next council meeting, we will have a discussion around a potential.
Way ahead.
So what we're looking at realistically is packaging that up. So as we sell properties, we invest in infrastructure such that it gets to be where you want it. On the right path. Is that a correct statement? Okay. I think we're getting there.
So, go ahead, Mike.
March. But not for, what I'm talking about is his with the sale. Yeah. We're getting there, Councillor Shank. So I think, yes, so I think we were at a meeting on the 16th and probably, I don't know if we can jam something. Conceptually, we want some time to tie things. 2nd of March. I'm making this up as I go.
Yeah, if you did it March 2nd, you'd be pushing your adoption to the 20th, but
This, it's a new council. There's a lot of stuff on the go, and I think we would want to make sure that we gave council as much as possible to make sure. And there's, like I said, there's some stuff around capital that we really want to sensitize council to, such that we can start making some long-range decisions around what's important.
Perfect.
We'll do it on a day there's no storm.
Now, Madam Clerk, are we going to need a motion to note and receive the draft 2023 draft operating budget presentation?
yes.
Moved by Councillor Hicks, seconded by Councillor Martin. Any comments, questions, concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, motion's carried. With respect to the 2023 draft capital budget, we will defer that. And we don't need a motion for that, I'm thinking. We will.
Just adjourn before it's done. It's gonna go on your next
Marvelous.
meeting.
A bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council of the corporation of the town of Greater Napanee at its special session held January 26, 2023, moved by Councillor Pennell, seconded by Councillor Shank, that the bylaw number 2023-08 being a bylaw confirmed the proceedings of council at its special session held January 26, 2023 be read at first, second, and finally passed, and that the mayor and clerk sign the same and affix thereto the seal of the corporation. Any comments, questions? All in favor? Opposed, motion carried. Motion for adjournment. Thank you, Councillor Hicks. Moved by Councillor Hicks, seconded by Councillor Shank. Comments, concerns, questions, all in favor? Opposed, motion carried. Thank you very much, folks. It's been a very, very educational and long day, and we'll see you next week. Thanks.